think you saw it live on television on January 6th, 2021. I'm sorry, I don't know years. You thought you saw an insurrectionist mob stirred up by the president himself try to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power right here in the good old red, white, and blue. I am talking about these United States of America. But did you see what you thought you saw? Are you watching me? Let's go! Look, what?
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got.
It's interesting how atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. So tell them to come and debate me.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift.
I think believing in God is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like which God is the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really think you can get to the Christian God through science idea of God you believe in. Do you want to talk about that on this?
But I don't have, like, I haven't looked into that very much.
Okay,
I read the Bible.
Jerome wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
Sitting in a lab. I work here every day.
Not impressed.
Taylor Swift.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans. And...
Oh, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
So
Guys,
the point...
where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
This. I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely...
Yeah, I agree.
Profoundly
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, the women should remain silent.
Shut up!
Doctrinal standards. The women were over-talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me. And so there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming. Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
You kind of caught me off guard here. Okay. Now, thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray. Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what. Oh, yeah. Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But, hey, you listening to me? Let me give you another example. And I prayed about it, and I thought, back when, and I might add another thing, too. It's a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the Bible. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. I had to learn this, the demons. Abraham was very, very well. I learned it from him, from the Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
Wait a minute now. The blessing of Abraham. Abraham was extremely wise, and he had covenant with God. I'm talking about the Bible. Oh, God, I love this. And I started out standing. My grandfathers. I love the people. Those are the demons. And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant, and it's full of meanness, it's just full of hell on earth. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes. Face to face, personally. Just the same as Jesus is very real devil. Rulers of the darkness of this world. God bless, Father bless. But it's a biblical thing, it's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. And it's full of miracles, and signs, and wonders. It's full of unseen things. Jesus, people, I love people. Dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad I wanted to punch the guy out myself. We wrestle not with people. And I have a lot of natural gas.
Islam is a disgusting, evil, violent, stupid religion for imbeciles. And you know what? If somebody is under the sound of my voice right now hearing this on the internet and you're a Muslim, you know what? Then instead of getting mad that I'm calling you stupid, pick up this book and read it and see how stupid it is. And then pick up this book and let the tears roll down your face and say, this is the Word of God. It's got power. And then pick up this book, Islam, there's no comparison. And then pick up this book, following God. And then pick up this book, this is the Word of God. And then pick up this book. You know what's hateful? The gospel.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Death.
And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off. You quit preaching heresy that Jesus is not supposed to be named Jesus. Let me tell you something. He didn't do the Lord's Supper the way. No, you're wrong on the Lord's Supper, and you're also letting the whole world go to hell. You're a doo-doo head. Correct me if I'm wrong, did you get a call this afternoon? And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off. And you know, I'm sick of all these little baby Christians that they're like, oh, let's stop fighting. There's a reason why this world's going to hell. I'm saying a lot of these pastors are not even saved. And they've been planted there by the devil. These demonic deacons and demonic pastors and demonic evangelists and demonic missionaries have been put behind the pulpit to pervert. You're a doo-doo head. And listen to me, I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off. Pervert the gospel, pervert doctrine. I believe he's not a pastor, he's a demon. Otherwise, how do you explain it? Riddle me this. Here's the proof. Here's the evidence. You know, I'm not going to let this country be taken over by these bunch of phony doo-doo heads. Fools, half their congregation doo-doo heads. There's something weird going on in our country. Why don't you come up to me after you? Why don't you come up to me after? I'm sick of it. Riddle me this. They love their own little religion that they've created. Riddle me this. Birds of a feather flock together. Riddle me this. I would rather go to hell. Worthless, Christians. And you know what? Christians, worthless Christians. Idiot! The devil ain't there.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los
Are
Santos,
y'all ready to go tonight?
Late Night Counter-Apologetics.
The motherfucking champ is here.
Please welcome your host. He is the wise man.
The wise man, not Wiseman.
Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment.
The sexy of all these goddamn word
He
wrestlers.
Is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology.
And that's a lot of history.
He is the virtual visionary.
Visionary.
Mr. Dual PhD himself.
Two of them.
Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek, the most high apostle of the cult of the Flying Man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince!
The Outlaw
the
Prince!
The one and only Jesus who can save us!
What?
Dr. Heartbreak J! Pocket Locker! BUNDY!
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go tonight? Are y'all ready to hear about this insurrectionist nonsense? I can't believe they did this shit. Also, we have exceeded 1,000 views.
I make them hot.
I make them shiver, their knees get weak. Whenever I'm around, they see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. And we are celebrating over 500 hours of watch time on Pocket Locker 86, live on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. I might be live in your goddamn DMs on Tinder one day, if they'd let me. Amen, hallelujah. The goddamn United States champ is here. Let's go!
I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a
sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome, everyone. I gotta be honest with you. I had to run back into the pocket locker magic room back there and grab my chains. I don't currently have my chains on. I was feeling naked. Like, how could you really be taken seriously as a man of the cloth if you don't even have your large cross on? You know what I'm saying? You gotta have your cross on first. You know, all men of the cloth, be it faith or non-faith, you know, you gotta have that crucifix. I got the crucifix on. Some of y'all wear crosses, you know what I'm saying? But I actually wear a crucifix, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm about mine like that. You know, I don't need you to censor the story for me. You know what I mean? I want to be reminded that he died. You know what I mean? There we go. And then the people be like, how could we know that you're Heartbreak J if you don't have the letter J on, you know, with the crown? So you got to do that. You got to do that. And then you got to have the official Heartbreak chain on. Heartbreak J, you got to have a Heartbreak chain on. All right, I just pinned it into my hair. That's not good. That's no good. It doesn't want to be pinned into my hair. That's bad. I need some ladies around the studio to help me with these things. Help a brother keep it together, you know? Uh-oh, something just got ripped. Uh-oh, mayday. Pimp down. Pimp in trouble. Uh-oh. All right, we just lost the binding thingy there. All right, folks. We'll have to be chainless. One chain down today. All right, I gotta pull my headphones out. Y'all can see I'm not really ready to go. It was a terrible day. I had a lot going on. Oh my goodness. All right, I feel like Matt Dillahunty. For those of you that don't know, Jimmy Snow just moved down to Salt Lake City. Not Salt Lake City, listen to me. The Austin, Texas area, so he could be closer to Matt Dillahunty. And they got their new studio in, and they were having all types of technical difficulties. That's what it feels like up in here. All right, folks, look, we're going to rock with it. We got a lot of things to celebrate. Like I said, we've reached over 500 hours of watch time on Pocket Locker 86. Head over to Pocket Locker 86 right now. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. I'm going to let y'all know what it is. Look at YouTube Punk. YouTube Punk knows how the bot works, knows how to be a good example for all the people, how to get the stream hype going. KCA Randy, I see you. A million pocket change for being first. James Apperson, 500,000 pocket change for being second. And in third, we have Nano. Flying Man Martyr, 250K, stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. Folks, I am not Pine Creek. I do not give out one stack for being first. I mean, that's got to be worth way more than that. And then these fake-ass Pine Points and Nathan Nichols, I can't really get with that, folks. I can't really get with that. It is time to get into airplane mode. You need to run, don't walk to it's airplanemode.com.
Check out my cousin OG Roddy's latest release. It has been flying off the shelves of the digital downloads. It is called La Guardia. This one is called Stunt 102, and after that, we will have communion. The congregation is gathered. The cult of the flying man is in the building. Sit back, relax. It's gonna be a long broadcast.
Nigga lost so many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand.
Sorry, that's not even a song I wanted to play. Here we go. Definitely smoking. Whoa.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on collars. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Just the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island.
Moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic.
Gather around. I see people are still coming in. People are still gathering. It's okay. You haven't missed anything. We're just gathering around in the spirit of fellowship. Whether you are a heathen or a believing, this is your season to be here for a reason. Touch your neighbor and say, hey neighbor. If you're a lurker jerker, imagine there's a lurker jerker next to you. Touch him and say, hey neighbor, how's it going over there? Please don't splooge on me. You know what I mean? We welcome everybody here. We got any Nazarenes in the house tonight? Any black Hebrew Israelites? Any flat earthers? Any QAnon supporters? We want you to know your crazy ass is welcome here. Okay? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. We understand. It's okay. All right, folks. We got to get into this. We got a lot to do tonight. So, folks, we're not going to waste a lot of time. We're going to get straight into our communion. Y'all know what it is. Grab your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. God damn it, did I fuck up again? God damn it, Jay Bundy, you fucked up with the worship team. Hashtag unprofessional. Hashtag we need a new worship pastor. We need a new worship pastor. You know what it was, y'all? Somebody was playing the stream. One of these tabs kept playing the stream. I don't know which one it was, and so I just closed them all. And I closed out my virtual connection to the choir. Here we go, y'all. There we go. Give me a little bit more quiet. Be refreshed in the spirit of God. Now, some of y'all complain. Some of y'all go, but Jay, the thumbnail said we were going to talk about the January 6th committee, and you're wasting time. You're dragging your feet. Look, this is my social life. Look, what kind of congregation do you know just shows up, and then 3 minutes later, they just hop into the sermon? What kind of crazy-ass church did y'all go to growing up? Really, though? No. You're supposed to come in, shake hands, talk to your friends, listen to some music, have a little communion, break a little bread, get a couple of songs in there. That's how you're supposed to do it before you get into the word. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Y'all went to some very uncharismatic churches. Now, I want you to be a non-believer, but I want you to be a non-believer for the right reasons. And the right reasons is because God doesn't exist. That's the right reason to not be a believer. Because you grew up in a really poor-ass church that didn't really have any charisma, that's not actually a good reason to be an atheist. I got to tell you that. Here's the communion song, y'all. Let's get it. Oh, it's about the sacraments, y'all.
Start my morning every day with
I'm administering the rights to my people. I'm leading my congregation through the sacraments, through the sacred rituals.
In the morning, hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates.
Feel the spirit of doubt move through you.
I'm a new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya. But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say
I know what the theist is thinking. Theist is thinking, man, this church they be really smoking that weed. They be really drinking. That grape juice and the cracker is some bullshit, ain't it? That grape juice and the cracker, they on some bullshit.
But all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya.
Woo! Love it, love it.
Cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping.
All right, let me get set up here. Let me see what we're gonna do. Oh, we got to do that programming.
Kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping.
Got to mention that. Oh well. All right, here we go.
Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sippin' lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping,
it's airplanemode.com.
In the afternoon,
wine and edibles. I see how YouTube Punk is getting down. I love it.
Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Y'all gotta catch up, theists. Y'all gotta catch up. Your communion ritual is not hitting no more. Y'all gotta get with the times. That communion ritual not hitting no more. All right, folks, let's go ahead on and get into it. Before we get into it, we got to send a shout out to our homegirl, Lena, who has officially triggered the theist because they're out here talking about some weird shit with penises that has absolutely nothing to do with abortion. And your boy is just in here chilling. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even really doing it up. I'm kind of laid back. I'm chilling in a hoodie, you know, under my robe. We were just kind of hanging out, relaxing. It was super late night. You know what I mean? We wasn't even really trying to show out like that. But, you know, I'm just here chilling.
Does your penis become part of her body at that
point? So
let's
see if we can make sense of this penis thing I never got.
Yeah.
You can, like, if she's like giving a blowjob, like she can.
Yeah.
Bite down.
I mean, it's inside of her body. So does she now have? Does your penis become part of her body at that point?
No.
Wow, checkmate, atheist. Checkmate, atheist. Anyway, we'll probably we might check that out at some point this week. I just saw it. It just popped up. Premiered 20 hours ago. Already got 272 views. It might even be more than that because I pulled this up a while ago. But yeah, appreciate y'all. 298 views, about to be 300. So look, we out here in the streets. Lena's out here pissing people off. I still have no idea what they was talking about. So maybe at some point we'll hear that and actually it'll make sense to me. All right, but what we're going to be getting into is we're going to watch this January 6th coverage And I'm actually going to be working on my coding. I'm going to be programming. But I'm going to be listening. And y'all are going to watch what I'm listening to, what I got up on the screen. You're going to see it while I do what I got to do tonight, which is code and chill. Get ready for our meeting with Cliff tomorrow. Would y'all?
Well, it's another thing.
All right, let's watch this little broadcast here. See how they start this off. What do you? Did I really skip that much?
Seizing voting machines, for example.
Let's go forward. Forward.
Nally, thank you. Join me.
I like his. I want to see how they popped it off. Here we go, y'all.
Nally, thank you. Join me now with senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Hallie,
y'all, is that gonna be me when I get older? Am I gonna go like super mainstream and like start wearing a suit and like get the broadcast all serious looking and focus on serious news stories and make sure I'm like representing my credibility? Hi, this is Jay Bundy here to cover the historic and unprecedented January 6th committees. Day 7 coverage begins now. Like, could I, y'all think I could pull that off? I don't know.
Start with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, we're still talking about her testimony.
Let's figure out how to use a computer.
Does it raise expectations in the viewing public that this will be a natural follow-on, that the story that she created or told will continue?
I think that's exactly right, Lester, because she said some things that were shocking and explosive, right? When she was talking about the idea that Cipollone, right? Remember, the top lawyer to the president inside the White House said, we're going to face a bunch of crimes in the book, right? We could get charged with crimes. And he names that is a big deal, right? So I anticipate, based on the reporting that we have, that we will see pieces of the videotape testimony from Cipollone. Now, will he word for word corroborate that? You just heard Allie's report there. Congressman Raskin says he doesn't contradict. He corroborates much of it. Is it going to be the exact language? How explosive will it be? But you have to also...
Y'all, I got to. It's been a minute since I got here in the minute. So our goal today, we got to get some theists out the room. Our goal today is to do some evolution stuff. So you might want to turn off now if you're a theist or like an anti-science person, because I tried to hook you in. I tried to hook you in by getting you to listen to the January 6th. But what I'm going to actually be doing is trying to get working on some evolution experiments. And so the first thing I got to do is what we're calling baby's first berry world. And berry world is the world we use for our digital organisms. They got to go in there, and there's like a grid of berries. There's like some, I like to think of them as blue, red, and green berries. The green berries are good. They give you like a little bonus, and they could help you, evolve faster. That's good. That means you're figuring it out. The blueberries are neutral. Like they don't really do shit. You can eat them or not eat them. They're fine. But the red berries are bad. And so you got to avoid those. And so we're trying to code up a little berry world where I'm going to code up these little brains. These little, I think they're going to be they're just going to be little genome controlled brains, and they're going to have to figure out berry world. And then I'm going to have to do like some updates of the population so I can evolve them for however many generations or whatever. And then eventually things are going to get sexual. They gon' get sexual. And when they get sexual, sometimes these toxic females, I swear to God, these females are fucking toxic. Woo, these females be so goddamn toxic. No, literally, they're actually toxic. What happens is they evolve a preference for the red berries. And so they like the guys based on how many red berries they've eaten. So then the dumbass fucking guys go around eating the red berries, and me, I laugh. And I want to publish a paper about it, being like, look, look, it's sexy sons. It's the sexy sons hypothesis. And these females, all they got to do is evolve a preference for the dudes to do some shit they shouldn't do. Kind of like salmon. You know how salmon swim up the stream and then they reproduce and die? Or, you know, you have species where you, like, finally court the female and then she fucking eats you. You know, this is some shit where basically you got to eat a poison so that you're sexy. And you could be like, well, I ain't going to eat that poison. That's stupid. Well, then you're just not going to reproduce. And so it's just evolution. Not being friendly. I told you. I get sick of all that. Look at the trees. Look at evolution. Isn't it so friendly? And it's right. No. I am an evolutionary biologist, and my ultimate goal is to study the evolution of bad behavior. But for starters, we're just going to make some little basic brains, and they got to figure out Barry well. All right, that's what we're doing. Let's talk insurrection.
Also think more broadly as it relates to Cipollone, too, because he wasn't just in the room for that meeting, right? He wasn't just in the room for that discussion. He was there at almost every critical turn since Election Day as it related to the election fraud and lies that were being pushed inside the White House. Specifically for one critical meeting that we are going to hear a lot about in just about 25 minutes from now. It happened on December 18th. And that was, as Congressman Raskin described, deranged. It was a totally bonkers meeting inside the White House where people like Mike Flynn, Sidney Powell, others, Patrick Byrne, the CEO of Overstock, came in.
I want to do relationship stuff. We've got a channel on the Discord. Sorry, I got to be a YouTube pervert, guys. I got to use what you guys say as an opportunity to plug the community so that the community can grow. You know? That's what YouTube perverts do.
And we're talking about ways to overthrow the legitimate.
You're too pretty to talk at the same time as me because, like, people won't be paying attention to me. And I don't even pay attention to me when you're talking, so I get it. All right, let's see here. We've got one of these things is for ways for you to get help with your dating life. And then we're going to make a show out of it. Help and support. See? Makes sense, right? Help, support, mating, dating. And then you could go here and you could be like, how do I become a sexy boy? You know? And then I could be like, at Pocket Locker. Luckily, you already are. Send money. I answered the fucking question. All I'm saying is I answered the question, motherfucker, just send me some motherfucking money. All right, I'm kidding y'all. You don't have to really send me money. But if you'd like, see how this works? See how the YouTube perversion works? You could donate to our charity because we're streaming every day for a month to raise money for the International Bipolar Foundation with the command. I think I just messed up, so the bot's not going to recognize it. Great. Wonderful. Great. Good job. There we go. All right, roll tape.
Legitimate election results, seizing voting machines, for example. We reported at the time that martial law may have been floated in that meeting, something former President Trump later denied. Baloney on that. I think there's going to be a lot of focus, I think, on that meeting and the tweet that was sent out right after, where the former president said it's going to be wild.
Kristen, there's Cipollone. There's also, they want to move this in the direction to really talk about these extremist groups and what was happening between intermediaries. Well, try another word. People who were working for the president, what they knew, and was there coordination with these groups?
Well, no, and you say it perfectly, because basically it is an attempt to show a link between former President Trump's inner circle and some of these extremist groups. And I pick up on the tweet that Hallie just mentioned. I think that's going to be a key focus as well, that December 18th meeting and the tweet that former President Trump sent out just one day later, in which he encouraged his supporters to come to the Capitol saying, be wild. Today is going to be remarkable because we're going to hear from one of those people who is, we anticipate, going to say that they saw that tweet as a
All right, stop the tape. I'm going to walk you guys through this real quick in case anybody wants to pay attention. Probably don't. But I'm making a grid. It's got a X and a Y and some initial value. So I make what is that? A vector of integers, right? Boop. And that's the grid. The reason being is because this thing, I don't know. That's the structure we use when we use MIB. We use vectors. We could use like arrays or lists or a bunch of other shit. We use vectors. And we need a vector of vectors because we need a 2-dimensional vector. And for right now, I'm just putting integers there because it's easy to work with. And a lot of times that's just what we use for our representation. And then I've got another vector because I'm gonna, oh yeah, I need a new one because I'm gonna update it, right? So right now I basically just copied it, changed the name, new vector's the same thing. 1 is the initial value. New vector starts with 0. It should probably just be the initial value too, but that's all right. And then what are we doing here? All right, we're iterating over the rows of the grid, and then the column within each row, and we're assigning a random number, either 0 or 1. All right, and that's it. That's all the init grid function does, right? So it gives us an initial grid with 0s or 1s randomly throughout the grid. This prints the grid. You pass it the vector and tell it the size of the grid and some string. All right, these are just, I guess, some representations or whatever I wanted to print. Oh, right. I need a representation to tell me if it's a 0 and a representation to tell me if it's a 1. Those are strings. Strings are basically just like letter characters, right? In this case, it either presents a period if you're a 0, and if you're a 1, I guess I gotta actually define, I define those down here maybe, or define them somewhere else. Yeah, so if you're a 0, it's just a period. If you're a 1, it's like this should be a green star normally is what I use, or something like that. All right, and that's what we got so far. We'll see if it works, and then I'll like kind of pick up from there. A lot of times we use like hello world to like test our output, make sure everything's working. Sometimes since I'm lonely, I have the computer say, tell me you love me, Jay. But it's all good. Don't worry about me, guys. I'm fine. I'll be okay.
Call Stephen Ayers. He's someone who has pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for storming the Capitol on that day. And we are going to hear him talk about in his own words what that tweet sent to him, the message that it sent. And I think you're going to see the committee really try to lay out the case that this was more than a tweet, that the language was very intentional, and that it really had an impact on the decisions that people made that day. And I think it will be notable to hear that from Stephen Ayers' own perspective. I go back to Pat Cipollone for one moment, because we've been talking about this every day that we cover one of these hearings. It's one thing to know that these former officials were in the room. It's another thing to hear them talk about what happened in those rooms in their own words. I've been talking to sources who are close to Pat Cipollone who say, listen, caution on what Jamie Raskin said, because Cipollone was asked in those more than 8 hours of testimony about his own actions, his own perspective.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not getting you guys the propers. I've been doing you guys are looking at the podcast setup. I've been over here working on getting you guys the desk cam going so that we could go next level. What? Yes, folks. You can literally watch me command the battle station live. Roll the fucking tape.
On those days leading up to January 6th and on January 6th, but he wasn't asked to specifically corroborate the things that Cassidy Hutchinson was saying. And that goes to the point that Hallie started making, which is that I think there's a distinction potentially, and we'll have to see, where the specifics are.
Is it likely Republicans are regretting not fighting for a position on this panel?
No.
You felt like the Cassidy Hutchinson thing, they were caught flat-footed when that
there's also a question of what would this hearing look like if other Republicans have it. Yeah, there's two. Obviously, Vice Chair Liz Cheney and Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who are both not at all allies of former President Trump, exactly the opposite, in fact. But yet, the tone of these hearings, I think, has been notable. Just objectively, they have been sober and serious and laid out in a way that is not, to many degrees, hyperbolic, right? It's not an exaggeratory thing. Would there be the risk that it would turn into, if it were a more partisan panel, that it could turn into a more partisan experience? And that would, I think, change the flavor and the way that people look at this. I think there's one critical thing that we also need to watch for today, Lester, and Kristen started alluding to this, but almost a put up or shut up moment for the committee, because this is their opportunity to draw. And we talked about this on set before, Lester. What is the proof of any direct link between former President Trump and his inner circle to these far-right extremist groups? Is there some smoking gun? Is there some piece of evidence that directly shows that the White House at the time had been egging on these groups?
Or did he say the words?
Exactly.
Right.
Will we see that today? That's the question. That's kind of the onus on the committee today.
Yeah, and based on my conversations, they've said, look, we're not going to show direct conversations between the former president and the Oath Keepers. However, they are going to try to lay out an intentionality. Will that present itself as a smoking gun? We'll have to wait and see. What's notable, though, is that I do think...
All right, pause tape. Let's see. Let's check our stuff. All right, so our initial value is 0. The grid is 2 by 2, right? There's only one generation. We start at generation 1, and there's 10 generations. And so we have the representation. I don't think I actually did that. All we did was run the initial grid. Yep, right. So I did the initial grid. And then I did, I guess I mocked up an update function, right, that says start at generation 2, as long as the generations is less than the total number of generations. Keep going, keep iterating, and then when you're done, increment the generation number. And then for each generation, I just told it to print out, do something. So this is the standard library output, and it just says print the string, do something, and then end the line, right? And so it does that. It says do something, do something, do something, do something, do something. It should do it for generation 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, probably correct. All right. And then at the end, it prints the line to let me know it's done, which I just keep down there as my little tester line to make sure it's reaching it. And it says, tell me you love me, Jay. All right, perfect. And then it returns 0, which allows it to successfully exit the main function, because here I tell the main function that it needs to return an integer. And so I tell it to return 0. And so it returns 0, and the main function goes, okay, I won't break now. Or I will break now, but I won't break your code. And so we get that. So that looks pretty good. I think I'm going to make sure I'm good with what's going on in the grid. And then I want to start updating the grid. And then the next thing I think I need to think about is maybe the difference between the grid and my organisms. And I need to find a placeholder for my organisms. A lot of this code I don't actually have to write because we're going to get it from Mabe. And I mostly just want to get myself going so that when I meet with Cliff, I'll show him what I've got so far, and then get his feedback, and then just keep working. So I'm not expecting to accomplish a whole lot tonight, but I am going to put a lot of put enough time in to really just get going and make a couple of steps here. All right, guys, let's get back into what's going on. I'm actually enjoying this. This is just what I would be doing, right? And I'm going to start doing a lot of these streams over the next couple months. This is something I used to do on Twitch quite a bit. I wasn't able to do it on YouTube because we weren't able to do the multi-streaming. So my Twitch crowd is much more used to seeing me doing programming streams. I've done a lot of them, and they're fun. They're a way to make content while I just listen and hang out with you guys. So cool beans, let's keep rolling.
I think you are sensing frustration among some Republicans, particularly in the former president's orbit, who feel as though he doesn't have a voice. the former president has been quite vocal about
been out on
saying
Truth
that
Social.
we should have had people there, and he blames Minority Leader McCarthy for that, for pulling Republicans from the committee amid a dispute with Nancy Pelosi. But that is, I think, in part one of the reasons why you're seeing his former top advisor, Steve Bannon, come out and say, I want to testify publicly. Now, of course, he has a hearing next week for contempt of Congress charges. You have a number of people who are saying he's just offering that up so that he'll get a more lenient treatment in that hearing next week. So there's a lot of skepticism. But the bottom line is it fits into this broader political strategy, which is to say that we haven't had representation, even though the Trump world was offered chances to be at that hearing and to testify.
And by the way, many of them cooperated with the January 6th committee. We talk a lot about those who were subpoenaed and defied it, but there were plenty who cooperated, I think, of top campaign officials who we've seen in some of these taped depositions.
And his family members.
A lot of familiar faces. Also with us is the moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good to see you today. We're talking about this idea of pressure on this committee to deliver. They started weeks ago talking about new evidence, new voices, new information. Have they delivered, and what's the pressure now that we're down to the final two?
I think they delivered on all of the other parts. The idea that there was an organized conspiracy to overturn the election with Eastman and Jeffrey Clark and all the president's efforts to pressure Mike Pence.
Yeah, it's got to be
today,
returned from
I think Hallie put it pretty well as well.
Somehow.
I think today's the toughest case that they have to make. I think the political argument that you can make that without Donald Trump, without these tweets, these groups don't come in an organized fashion and attack the Capitol. I think that's a pretty easy persuasion argument to make. Can you make a legal argument, though? Right? There's a fine line between sort of saying, one wasn't going to happen without the other, and then actually having tangible proof that Donald Trump said, it was more than just him saying at a debate, stand back and stand by, and there was more to it. Can they produce? Is Roger Stone a go-between? Was Rudy Giuliani a go-between? Can they produce somebody in that orbit that is more of a direct line on this? So I think this is
let me turn this down.
Highest.
That's really loud.
Clear of any of the
Let me get it so it's easy to hear me over it, but still hear them.
What's the next step at the end
of this? I'm basically showing you guys the mixing tactics.
Look, it is. I think they've.
It's like a band.
That is all in the hands
Think of them as like the organ player or the rhythm guitarist.
All of the other hearings, you could make a case there is a legislative fix that they'd like to.
You want to make sure they're clearly heard, but I'm the lead singer. You understand? All right. So
Count Act to be taken advantage of.
Instead of returning void, which is nothing, I think I wanted to return a vector of vectors and then tell it to return vect, and then I can use it elsewhere.
Opened a criminal inquiry.
Let's see.
It's one thing. It may be a high bar for them to make the charge, but have they even opened the inquiry based on their reaction to Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony? It sounds like they hadn't yet. And that to me is a head scratcher, and it may be why the committee members are so frustrated.
Give me a vector,
of
they're
sitting there going, "Oh, you want some of our work? What are you doing?" I had Zoe Lofgren on a couple weeks ago, and she said, they have much stronger subpoena power than Congress does. So what are you waiting on transcripts from Congress for?
Well, are they waiting perhaps for these hearings to be
over? Wait, whoa.
So
sorry. Oh, yeah, no, this is the integrate. Sorry. Yeah, this is the one I want to do.
I think that's another.
Oh, I'm not actually storing it. All right, cool. Let's.
Made the decision to call
I got a
for
better
special
idea.
counsel. I know some people think that he doesn't want to do that, and he wants to be able to prove it can be done inside justice. If you're going to put a former president of the United States on trial, I don't know why you wouldn't want to find a Republican U.S. attorney to be your special counsel. So I don't know what they're waiting for.
It's going to copy it.
If they've got to reinvestigate everything and redepose everybody, which is what you'd have to do in your own investigation.
Turn this one off.
They got a long ways to go.
And Kristen, this committee is definitely shaking the trees. They keep moving the schedule. They keep talking about new information coming in all the time, that they're rewriting this as it goes along. I mean, how much does that
all right, that's fine.
Really leave us in a place where we're not getting a conclusion?
Well, and I think that's absolutely right. The fact that the hearing that hadn't been officially notified for Thursday has now been pushed to next week. If you talk to committee aides, they say it's for that reason, because we are getting new information all of the time, and they're having new witnesses come forward all of the time. And so I think that is one of the things that is dragging this out, but also, I think, potentially delaying everything that Chuck's talking about. I also know that the Attorney General, if you listen to his public comments, if you talk to people who are familiar with his thinking, is going to be quite cautious before proceeding, because this is...
I got to figure out how to address the vector at the proper index.
They haven't heard a smoking gun.
I should have some other code where I do
They
this.
haven't heard enough to basically stand up in a court of law.
But circumstantial.
Circumstantial, exactly. And as Chuck says, if the Justice Department is going to pursue its own criminal investigation, it's going to need to re-interview all of these witnesses from the start. And so I do think there is an element of the politics hanging so heavily over this entire situation.
There will be an endpoint to the committee's work, and that's going to be the final report that they will issue, right? And that'll happen in the fall, and that'll happen, to Kristen's point about the politics of it, right before the midterms, because guess what happens if Democrats do not keep control of the House of Representatives? This investigation is, everybody knows it's going to be over. There will be other investigations open, for example, as many Republicans have said publicly, into President Biden, the current president, and his family, et cetera. Things in Congress will move in a very different direction as it relates to looking into what the White House is doing. Since that first set of hearings, Lester, I had heard from members on this committee that they were almost instantly, almost immediately, that they came on under these primetime lights initially and then the daytime lights, getting people coming in and talking to them and getting new information. You saw that.
Some of this is just to get it back in my fingers.
But since the very start of the committee's work going public, they have been getting more information. And Congressman Raskin alluded to this, and he said, I don't think
code
we're ever
as
going to be able to say our work is
character
over,
by character.
even once
I
we
can't
get
see
into
the
that final
damn
report. The final hearing will be, I think, a finale to that.
All right, I'm
going to
be a dork and turn the
As we
lights
look
up.
ahead, that's going to be about the 187 minutes of the violence at the Capitol itself. It's going to be, I'm sure, incredibly dramatic.
Well, let's go color.
But then there will still be more after that.
I want to turn to another wrinkle that we mentioned here in passing and go to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, I want to talk about former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. One of the big surprises over the weekend was his offer to suddenly testify after ignoring a subpoena issued last year and really condemning this process. Where does this stand right now?
Well, right now he faces a trial that starts on Monday with both hands tied behind his back, because the judge has basically said, you can't argue that you relied on the advice of your lawyer. You can't argue that you were relying on past Justice Department policies about indicting former executive branch officials. Remember, he served 7 months in 2017 in the White House. You can't attack the committee and say it was improperly constituted. You can't call members of the committee to testify. And at one point, his lawyer yesterday at a hearing before the judge who will conduct the trial said, well, you know, what are we supposed to do if we don't have, if there's no defense? And the judge basically said, well, that's something to think about. One thing that's also clear is that Bannon cannot say in his trial, look, I've offered now to testify. The judge has said that doesn't count. The crime here that he's charged with is refusing the testimony back in October when he was subpoenaed. And there's another wrinkle to this, Lester, which is that the lawyer for the former president, Justin Clark, the Justice Department said, the president never gave Steve Bannon complete immunity. What he said was, there are certain things you shouldn't answer, and where appropriate, you should cite executive privilege, but not to completely stiff the committee. So there is that, and then, of course, there's the separate question of whether Bannon will testify before the committee. Like most witnesses, he wants to do it live, but that's not going to happen, so it would be a recorded testimony, and I don't know where that stands right now.
And Kristen, the idea of being live, presumably to be able
entitled
to
centrist. The talking heads, it's crazy. It's crazy.
So to
like,
say that he would be
I don't know.
Testifying publicly
And it's almost like playing to a middle that doesn't exist. And yes, it'll take me longer to get to comments and stuff when I'm coding. But yes, it drives me nuts. I'm one of those people who thinks the mainstream media is such a huge part of the problem, and as far as that goes, it's almost like I agree with right-wingers, but just for like totally different, coming at it from a different perspective.
So far down the line, and again, it gets to the bottom line.
Like they never talk about the corruption. They never properly represent progressive perspectives.
Saying this is nothing more than a stunt.
And then they're constantly, again, playing to this political middle that I honestly think
for NBC. So what is Bannon
to the extent that it exists, it's based on, rhetoric.
The reality is Bannon knows and his counsel know that the committee
and
has
shit's
no
way too
interest
serious
in
right
essentially
now.
testifying without a net. We're all learning why it is in civil cases in court. Attorneys take depositions. The reason we do that.
All right, so this is just going through and saying, take
end up at trial,
give me a random number, either a 0 or 1,
so to speak. Then you confront them with
probably
that
put a
sworn
note
testimony.
there.
It's about control, and the committee throughout has
Random
exhibited
number,
a desire
either
to control
0
the narrative. And so Bannon, in a
1.
way, I can't think of any other word than trolling. He's kind of trolling the committee by saying, "Oh yeah, I'll testify if you dare," and the committee doesn't.
And it assigns it to that particular place in the grid.
Controlled. They wouldn't have any sworn testimony to confront him with if he. I mean, the reality
Or
is
the
this.
vector, rather.
The committee is putting on people that they know already what they will say. They're either
And there's
people that
2
have always
indexes,
supported their
right?
position,
Because it's a
or they're
vector
apostates.
of
They're people that
vectors.
once maybe were in the Oath Keepers, for
And
example,
it expects
as we'll
an
see today,
integer
and are no longer
as the
part of the Oath
value.
Keepers and are more than willing to testify against them. So because
And
there's
then we're
nothing wrong
telling
with
it
that. It's the
to
adversarial
return the
process.
vector.
The
We need to
committee
put this
has
end
a
line character
mission,
there,
and they're
so it's
sticking
pissed
to
at
it.
me.
And Bannon offering to testify now is not something they're interested in.
Can we just real talk for a second here?
Can we just real talk here for a second, y'all?
To get out there and to testify live in front of the committee on national television across all the networks.
I'm here
to
for
be able
it.
To, I think, do exactly what Danny talked about. He is somebody who, you asked, what does he have to gain? The microphone.
All right,
the spotlight,
returns the vector.
attention, notoriety. These are all things that Steve Bannon is
committee has
been.
And now down here, we should be able to do something like,
they are not going to relinquish control to Steve Bannon. I'm just saying,
give me all this
is the guy
stuff and
who
then
wants
say
it, right?
that
This
there's
is
a
not a surprising,
vector.
necessarily
Oh, wait.
twist in turn of events here. This back and forth over executive privilege and what did former President Trump say and this and that is a bit of a smokescreen. Likely, so unlikely to happen for the reasons that Danny laid out. But for Steve Bannon, this is somebody who has
How does
this
this work?
that is that he's out there every day almost defending former President Trump, continuing to talk about
First
the
off, let
last
me stop
election
messing
and
with
the plans
stuff.
for the next election.
All right, let me bring in NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard. He's in Phoenix.
Copy
Von,
code
you've
that
been out
works
covering
before I
Trump rallies
break
these
it.
past few weeks. Are his supporters paying attention to these hearings, or is it having any kind of effect?
I think I need this thing.
Yeah, there's a reason that Donald Trump is out on the campaign trail. He was
And I should
in
be
Nevada
typing
over the
this.
weekend as well as in Alaska, and he just announced last
Because
night that he's
this is
heading
the one
right
we
here
use
to
a lot,
Phoenix,
but
Arizona later this week. He is playing offense here. This is a sustained effort. There is no remorse. There is no regret. There is no walking back about the events that unfolded that day on January 6th. He is on a campaign himself to convince the American electorate and the public that his fight in those weeks after the November 2020 election were justified. And frankly, there's a new New York Times Siena poll that came out just this morning in which 75% of Republican voters nationally said that Donald Trump was just using those weeks after the election to look out after the well-being of the election system here in this country, essentially defending Donald Trump's actions, which is the exact opposite case the January 6th Select Committee has attempted to lay out to the public here. And when you're talking about Donald Trump, you're talking about somebody who has a base of support. And the question
Came
was,
back
would
with a
those
little
voters
green
stick
check.
with him despite the damning evidence that has been laid out in this testimony? I was talking with a voter, an Arizona voter just last night here who I met back in 2020. And he said, look,
all right.
what unfolded on January 6th
It looks
was
like
uncomfortable.
we
He didn't like what happened. He would not have participated in
may
the
have done
insurrection
that
day here. He
said
said at the same time, though, he
I should
believes that it was a
print the
protest that
grid
went wrong
up,
and got out of
print the
control,
vector
and it
up
was not
there just to like
disqualifying
see it
event that would take
and
away
check
from
it.
the 4
I'm sure
previous
it's
years
fine,
of the
but I'm
Trump
just messing
administration and
around.
the policies that they pressed here. And that is where it is interesting when you also look at that poll again. You're talking about 50% of Republican voters right now say that they would back Donald Trump for 2024 here. He is still the leader of this Republican Party, and you have not seen a denunciation among Republican lawmakers from Capitol Hill to the state
So
level,
actually,
outside of
let's,
Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, Mitt Romney. The list is not expanded beyond those its view.
Let's say there's an integer. It's called
Republicans across the country.
value.
And look at what he's going to do on Saturday here in Arizona. He is going to be
It's
standing on the
this
campaign
thing.
stage with their leading candidate for governor here in Arizona, who has called for the decertification of the 2020 election. He's going to be standing on stage with the leading U.S. Senate Republican candidate here in Arizona.
All right, let's get to. I want to get to some committee stuff. Let's see what's when does the committee? We got so there's too much content. There's too much content. I'm a big YouTube star, guys. I'm sorry. You know, back in the day, I would have listened to the whole thing, but you know, now that I'm rising to the top of the charts, so to speak. Now that I'm breaking the algorithm
Is that the people who are more likely to be donating money
with my
to
viewership.
Special coverage of the January 6th.
Oh, there it is. There's the future. That could be such a good professor look. That could be such a good professor look right there. You know, right here. Like this would be such a good look for an academic. Instead, you get this. Oh, my goodness.
And we will hear from President Trump's former White House counsel. After months of refusing to testify, Pat Cipollone finally came to the committee on Friday for a closed
my screen just did something pretty weird.
Figure in these hearings,
that was weird.
As participating in some of the most critical conversations about attempts to overturn the election and the rally itself. He's been presented as often disagreeing with Mr. Trump and
howdy, Jefferson Spatchcock.
Proposed actions could be illegal. We're likely to hear some of his testimony today in clips.
There's a restream link pinned to the top of the thing there. Yo, my screen is acting so weird right now. It really is. It's kind of making me want to use my other computer. But all right, I've been setting it up to use my other computer, so it should be all right. But let me see. Let's see if I can get this to stop tripping.
Set the stage for us, Allie.
It has been okay most of the
Lester,
day.
the doors to the hearing room behind me closing now as we get set for the 7th hearing from this January 6th committee, set to focus on how the mob came to the Capitol on January 6th with a specific attempt to try to tie the former president and a tweet that he sent on December 19th to right-wing extremist groups who came to the Capitol on that day, fomenting the violence that we saw. But there's also going to be, I'm told, new video testimony from former White House counsel
Oh, it's still doing it. Stop doing that.
Of his more than 7 hours of testimony before the committee at the end of last week. And what
It mostly doesn't do it when I'm on it. I guess it does it when I'm. No, now it is doing it when I'm on it. That's not. I'm not okay with this.
In session, let's go.
Release the deposition material.
I wonder if it's the
today's hearing.
HDMI cable or something.
When I think about the most basic way to explain the importance of elections in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my choice prevails, sometimes yours does.
What up? Double streaming? Yeah, get it, Cameron.
We cast our votes, we count the votes.
Guys, I want to be your fallback stream, you know? Get that second tab going.
And then we accept the results. When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences.
All right, so now we're going to assign this to a value.
Turn violent.
And then tell it
to achieve your desired outcome through
put the value in the vector
harassment or intimidation. Any real leader
then we
sees their
can
supporters going down that path,
print the value.
Line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time because we settle our differences at the ballot box.
Uh-oh.
On December 14th, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any
All right, I think I'm going to switch
American
machines,
leader
guys.
was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way.
Let me see where this code is.
The anger he had already stoked
Change it to my
among
hard.
his
Put it in my
most
hard
loyal
drive.
supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off. He urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part
I
of
do
his
not want to
last-ditch
deal with
effort
this.
to overturn the election and
And
block
my
the
window
transfer
looks
of
crazy.
power,
Oh,
Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of
I have
Florida
Discord
and
pulled up
Mr.
on my
Raskin of
tablet.
Maryland will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today.
all right. I got to figure out what's up in the hard drive.
Washington, and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to... And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies
Sorry, I didn't
to
mean to
come
go
to
straight to the
Washington
transition.
and
Let me
join the
see.
mob, and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the
when I pulled it
evidence
up,
did
it looked
not
like it's
support
working.
This assertion.
But I'll
This was the
check
big
it
lie,
on the other
and
machine.
millions of Americans were deceived by it.
All right, just give me a sec here. I want to pull up the. I have to pull up the other machine. All right. So yeah, this is what I see over here. Should be all right. I don't know. My graphics are gone. I don't know. My graphics keep going. All right. And then let's see. There's the event. All right. Thanks, YouTube Punk. I appreciate you using the command there. That's the be right back command, folks, if you want to let people in the chat know that you'll be right back. There's also exclamation point back for when you get back. So YouTube Punk's a great mod. Appreciate him showing you guys how to do that. What am I looking for here? All right. You edit here. View the event. How to do that. What am I looking for? Go to Restream. Poker Yoo-hoo Pocket. You're backstage. Go to the other one. There it is. All right, so I don't know. Should be working. Should be working. But yeah, if you mean if I actually mean I wasn't over here, yeah, I'm not really paying attention to this. You got to let me know that you're gonna call in because I'm working on my other machine. Actually, I'm getting ready to switch over to this machine, but even then, I'll have the screen up on my coding, just because I don't know what happened. I've been testing this thing all day, and it's been fine, and then all of a sudden, my screen was tripping out when I was trying to program. Although it looks fine right now, so we'll see. All right. We'll put this back over here.
Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state. And he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud.
Those look backwards.
When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the Vice President would preside. In their warped view,
this is backwards.
This ceremonial event was the next,
if it's 0,
and
should be
inflection
0.
point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration.
It should be,
as President Trump put it, the Vice President
1.
and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the President called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the President sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. Be there, we'll be wild, the President wrote.
See that?
As my
That's
colleague,
the thing
Mr.
that's
Raskin,
driving
will
me
describe
nuts.
in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases, as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters.
All ones, yeah.
It's clear
all
the
right.
President intended the assembled crowd
See
on
that we improved it.
January
It's
6th
better.
to serve his goal. And as you've already seen, and as you will see
0,
again
1,
today,
0,
some of those who are coming
0,
have
1,
specific
0,
plans.
0. All right, great.
The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December.
I actually do want to get going on the other
context
machine, so maybe I'll just send
we'll
this
also
code over
provide
there. That's what I was
additional
trying to
new
do.
evidence.
It's just that
For example, you'll hear about
my
meetings
hard
in which
drives
the
were
president
unplugged because they were acting
entertained
crazy on me
extreme
before I
measures
realized
designed
that's
to
why I
help
had
him stay in
unplugged them.
power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th.
I'm just going to copy over the whole
including how the
folder.
president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and
but it's
spoke
a
off-script in a way
WSL
that
thing.
further
Okay.
inflamed an already
Let
angry
me.
crowd. I yield to the
I know how to
gentleman
get
from
into
Maryland,
that.
Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state
I should have done this with the zip
by the
command
US
from the
military.
command line.
The meeting ended
I
after
did this like
midnight with
such a
rejection of that
like a
idea.
noob.
In the wee hours
did
of
this like a
December 19th,
noob.
dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress
All right, guys,
would
I got
meet
the other
to
machine pulled up.
certify the
If somebody
electoral votes.
is over there, I can see
Never
it
before in
now, or
American
somebody
history had a
calls in.
president called for
Sorry,
a crowd
Spatchcock.
to
It should
come
be working.
contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to
I mean, it was
influence,
working.
delay,
I
or
probably just wasn't
obstruct
paying
the
attention.
joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see.
Pause the tape. I don't know if anybody else wants to call in. I'm not really too worried about taking call-ins, honestly. But, you know, I know James Apperson was here. Spatchcock was here. Like I said, that link should be working now. I'm not sure why, but I checked it out. So let me know if it's still not working.
Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists in the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups.
I kind of wanted to cancel this,
spoiling
but then
for a
again, I
fight
wanted to
against
see
the
how long it
government.
took. All right, well, it's not too
Three
bad.
rings of interwoven attack were now
I'm gonna
operating
smoke
towards
anyway,
January
so.
6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again, including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr.
Cameron,
Biden's
send me the send me the link. But I'm probably not gonna do it now. I'll do it. I might watch it later or something.
Our country has officially.
But yeah, I would like to see who's there.
And a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Jean Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan and Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made the determination?
I'm gonna send myself the link at least.
That you credited DOJ?
I got it on my other screen.
Did you, in your mind, form the belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again,
Got another one.
I was the White House counsel.
I think I missed that one somehow.
Are political, so to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd,
All right.
we understand that there was discussion about the president.
I think this is my MABE code.
Specifically, we understand that.
Cool. Let's see if I got my file over here. I got to switch the location of the drives.
Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I.
Oh, you know what? I compressed that drive, guys, and I didn't send it over here. I got to put it on the other drive.
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably.
Yo, what up, Cameron?
It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view.
Yeah. I checked it out. I see it. I'm not going to cover it right now, though, because I scheduled this. I'm going to cover this, and this is long. and I got work to do.
To clarify, Ms.
I can't hang out with Bible nerds
back to my
tonight.
previous question, it was
I will
your
if they're
view
going later.
Or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation,
But I'm actually more interested in the January 6th committee.
life after the administration.
Whoa.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
Whoa, this is Barbie.
And this is what should have stopped once the litigation was complete.
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation, was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
Damn, Trump.
And this is
Damn,
what Ivanka Trump told us.
Alternate reality Barbie herself, Kayleigh McEnany,
14th was the day on which the Electoral
gave
College
up the whole game.
Electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the.
It is all crumbling down.
State. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is.
Thanks for sending me those links, though. Cameron, what up, Lena?
Country is set under. To
Cameron, you should drop this in the community
at that point that the
live streams. I think
means for him to pursue litigation.
Or actually, I'll put it in there.
And you recall what his response, if any, was? He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point, I left.
I'm dropping it under the live now in community.
Was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy.
Yeah. I did it. I put it in there.
I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And
Trump.
By that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office and caught up to me and said that he said, look,
all right, let's see.
think
I gotta
that he's becoming more realistic and knows that
there should have been that that zip is there. Okay, that's gotta go.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's
That's why I don't ever
Director of
really try to do that
John
way. All right, that's not a good idea. Let's do it this way. I would just do it with two windows. Go libraries.
He was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous.
Wait, put it in there. Don't put it in there.
The way that things were going for the sex.
I hate when this works like this.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his
well, that's what he did.
Had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also
everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his
Cameron, thanks for keeping an eye on that stream.
In our prior hearings,
most nights I'd probably
considerable
switch over, but I got a meeting
President
tomorrow,
Trump's
so I want to make
attempts
sure I
to
get some stuff done
pressure
tonight.
Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes.
And if I join that
to
stream,
corrupt
I'll
the
probably be there
Department
for
of
a long
Justice,
time.
to pressure state officials and state legislatures.
But yeah, I dropped it in
and to
on
create and
live
submit
now
a
under
series of
community if you
fake
guys want to check it out
electoral
on Phil Talk.
Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such.
Pause the tape. The fucked up thing about this whole deal, though, yeah, I appreciate you, Cameron. The fucked up thing about this, though, is like, what can they do with this? Like, if this doesn't lead to something else, I've been kind of salty on this committee from the beginning because y'all see me. I'm here with my popcorn, work. I don't care what it is. I'm down to know about this January 6th. I saw them try to topple the Congress. Y'all saw it on TV. I want all the facts, all the dirty details. I want to know who knew what and when and how, everything. This is like Desperate Housewives times 5 to me. Like I don't care what you watch on TV. If you don't watch the insurrection coverage, just like y'all don't know good drama, you know. But at the same time, it's like, what are y'all gonna really do to Teflon Don? You know, because it seems like the way this was set up from the beginning, it was like, well, you know, this is just kind of a fact-finding mission, and you know. Well, we just want the people to know what happened. We don't want to just know what happened. We want there to be some consequences and some repercussions. Amen, hallelujah. Roll the tape.
Sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic.
Yeah, they can throw a temper tantrum. Exactly.
That their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled.
They're really upset with him. He really ought to not do that as the president. That was rude of him.
It was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud sufficient. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
Pause the tape.
However,
y'all, they're doing this too like a good church service. Like they've got their timing down. They've got their speeches and their stuff laid out on their teleprompters going for them. They've got their all their tech worked out so they can fire off their clips when they need to. They getting slick with this.
The strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines.
All right, we got this over to my other computer.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom. You know, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines.
There's the zip file.
Way of
all right,
raising a point.
Let's.
And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines.
Seize all the machines. Sorry, y'all. That's probably, I kind of like text to be a little bit bigger, especially if you're not watching on
the evening
a,
of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others
it's a little better.
entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote.
All right, so now we're in the programming folder. I think we want to go
over a luncheon at the Trump International
Hotel. Up a level.
As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately. But it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary.
I'm just going to rename this so I don't get confused.
The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent
that's not the right command. Move. I type move. Look at me, y'all. It's MV.
Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Uh-oh. Everybody knew she was loony, y'all. She was halfway dressed like me a lot of times in public.
Foreign interference in the 2020 election.
She was way wacko.
Trump's allies had no such evidence, and of course, no legal authority.
Yes, y'all. Cool kids, join the Discord.
Here's Mr. Cipollone.
What up, Tux?
Denouncing Sidney Powell.
Tux, can you tell us about evil so good? Evil so evil, everybody thinks they're good. Like a president who's so corrupt, everybody thinks that he's a savior. Like we need to expand the range of no good and evil, because I think this same concept really applies to these insurrectionist motherfuckers. You know, we clearly saw them try to hang the vice president, and once again, they're like, well, President Trump had morally sufficient reasons to want to hang the vice president. Oh, okay. Y'all don't sound like no motherfucker. It's the same people, y'all. We know it's the same people. Roll the tape.
Terrible idea.
The Antichrist. Literally the Antichrist. Oh, look at Lena using the bot with the back command. I love it.
Was a sufficient election fraud to
bot. Where's the bot?
When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it?
Oh, there it is. Welcome back, monkey.
At some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this on a broader scale a bad
fascist? Lena, I don't know if you saw this. I covered it a bit earlier, but actually, I needed to bookmark it. I don't know why I didn't bookmark it. Let's see. Logical. Oh, they're live. They're live. They're doing an after show. Evolution on Trial. Kent versus Mark. See, y'all, you can't keep up with YouTube. You can't keep up with YouTube. You just can't. It's just impossible. There's too much. But he had a video. He had clipped us in a video. I have it pulled up on my other machine. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe it's here. Oh, no, maybe I probably closed it when I closed all those windows. Get that out of here. Well, can't see those. Whoops, you can't see those. Those are my text messages. No, I don't really care. But yeah, they clipped like 30 minutes from your debate with him. I don't know why he didn't put it. I don't know where it went. But maybe it's on. Maybe he has a different channel where those clips pop up or something. But yeah, Lena, he clipped your debate God, I gotta find that and put that in the thing. Your fascism discussion on Bread of Life. Oh, I think I always think the same thing. You know, like you're dead on, and then they just squirm and they tap dance. And I think Rebecca just kind of did the whole argument from, oh no, well, of course not. You know, it's really weird because it's almost like the it's almost like the Tux argument. The evil so good that everybody thinks that it's evil so evil everybody thinks that it's good. It hits them in such an emotional soft spot that they don't know how to handle it, right? And they're not used to being hit that way. When you're like, yeah, I'm gonna just show up in your channel. Yeah, you're a Christian fascist. They're like, say what? Come again? You know, like they just get so taken off guard by the whole thing. But yeah, maybe I put it in my history. Oh God, I was really stressing over here. Like, how do I find this video? But I did pull it up for a little bit, so it should be in my history somewhere. And then I can save it, maybe. Oh, come on. It's really not in my history? How did that happen? Did I pull it up on Pocket Locker? I don't think I did that. I don't watch a lot of videos on this channel. History. Let's see. Nope. All right, y'all, we got to find it. Somebody find that clip and drop it to me. I'm going to let the January 6th coverage keep going.
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States.
No, I mean, I think Slippery's pretty good, too, though. I mean, Slippery's accurate.
There is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal
All right, we got to get in here and unzip this now. But first, we need to put it where we want it. All right, so we got libraries open. All right, let's get another one.
Its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers,
hot off the press, folks.
Justice officials, and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
all the higher-ups were telling them
to the whole election fraud issue.
They are not going down with the ship, folks. They are not going down with the ship.
Making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
They said show the evidence.
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House.
What did Trump
knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team.
Yo, this motherfucker Donald Trump was actually dumb enough to think he was going to hire a bunch of career politicians. He was going to live his billionaire fake, he's really probably in debt, his fake billionaire lifestyle, right? He's going to commit an insurrection. They're telling him you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. He thinks he's just going to ride off into the sunset, and then these career politicians and actual serious people were going to take the fall for his dumb ass. God, he's a stupid motherfucker. Roll the tape.
Team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani.
Even Kayleigh McEnany, and I call her alternate reality Barbie. Alternate reality Barbie has flipped on Trump.
Mark Meadows. Mr. Carrick did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerrick wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerrick and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There are some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came.
Pause the fucked up ass tape. That's a good point, Lena. They would have been down with it. If they could have pulled it off, they would have been down with it. They would have been down. And here's the fucked up part. Most of them are still down with it. If you ask most of these fuckers, even who were flipping on them, they're like, oh yeah, but I would still vote for Trump. Oh yeah. In the election next year, oh yeah. Or 2 years, yeah, I would still vote for Trump in 2024. Oh yeah, definitely, no doubt about it. Like, it's terrible. So they're still down for it. And also all this shit that they're trying to do now, like, take it out of the hands of the judges so that they can make new laws with the conservative legislators, where the conservative legislators can have the ultimate say in who they send to, certify the election and all this shit. If they pull all that anti-democratic ass shit off in these states, they'll be like, well, it was legal. Oh, yeah, well, hey, that's just a new law now. Like, these motherfuckers are so down for it. They're so down for the Trump fascism. They're so down for the dear leader. Well, fuck term limits. Who needs term limits? They'll just get that conservative ass court to overturn presidential term limits. No more presidential term limits. Oh yeah, that was some bullshit. Oh well, it's the new law. It's the new law, y'all. They will take everything from us. As a matter of fact, while I'm on it, let me, in honor of Alina's conversation about bodily autonomy and these ignorant ass niggas that won't care, and in light of the Christian theocratic fascism that's taken over our country, let me tell y'all a little hard love for you atheists out there. A little hard love for you atheists and liberals out there. Stop trying to win these motherfuckers over. Look, when we have our conversations here on the internet, okay, we can love on one another, we can listen to one another, we could try to influence one another, but look, let me tell you, as some motherfuckers who talk to these motherfuckers all day long, every day, they're impervious to new information. There is no influencing them. And that's what y'all don't see. This game is about power. Did they legalize Roe v. Wade because it's the right thing to do? Yeah, maybe. Overturn it. Did they overturn Roe v. Wade because they believed it's what the people wanted? Fuck no. Why did they overturn Roe v. Wade? Because they fucking could. And they will take everything from us they possibly can take from us. Take your optimism, turn it sideways, shove it up your ass, go fuck yourself. If you want to be optimistic in conversation, fine. But when it comes to this political shit, we will not get an ounce more freedom than that which we fucking take. And no, I'm not talking about violence like these ignorant ass fucking Republicards. I'm talking about voting. But voting for some progressive motherfuckers that want to give you some shit. If you want fucking free healthcare, vote for some motherfuckers that say they support it. You want some fucking student loan debt forgiveness? Vote for some motherfuckers that are gonna make it a priority. You want some motherfucking healthcare and some motherfucking housing and all of this shit to be reasonable and an increase in the minimum wage? Get out there and support some progressive motherfuckers and stop it with these mainstream centrist ass Democrats who don't do anything but trying to suck off the teat so they can get a couple of extra Republican votes so they can get some shit done that it's never going to happen. Wake the fuck up. This game is about power. It is not about persuasion. Amen. Hallelujah. Roll the tape.
To learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had
stand back and stand by.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani.
All right, cool. That's in there now.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College.
Yeah, and I hope they just wake up.
But nonetheless.
But see, the problem is too many of them religiously affiliated with the right.
Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
So they're going to vote with their Bibles.
During this period, he,
unfortunately,
I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. You know, he had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn.
And I hate to say this, but to me this reflects this whole Republican Trumpist view of women. What do I mean by that? I don't know. Y'all can't see her too well because I got it small, but she's a very nice looking young lady. And we all know they try to hire them some MILF looking ass porn star looking people because they want to put pretty faces everywhere they can. Every time they only see women if you look a certain way. You got to have the right look or else like your frumpy ass is not getting a job with the Republican administration, right? But then they ignore these women and they like totally just like don't see them like as real people. They're like, oh, we hired this good looking one and that good looking one. Oh yeah, she's a QAnon cutie over there. Yeah, we hired this Republic trash, right? And some of these women is serious as fuck, right? And they got caught up trying to be ambitious, trying to work in the White House and shit. And again, they are not going down with the ship. And these sloppy ass motherfuckers said whatever the fuck they want around these women. They didn't really give a shit. They were like, oh, they just never thought in a million years, you're going to have to watch that aide over there who works hard as fuck, probably went to a great ass school, is working hard as shit in her career. And like, they just said all this shit in front of her. And she was, and then the fucking January 6th committee calls her and shit. And she's like, yeah, fuck them. Here's what happened. Yup. Here's what they said. Here's all the deets. Because she probably felt the entire fucking time like they treated her like shit. They probably never gave her any like the real shit to do that she really wanted to do. And then they had the audacity to like, do this shit around her like it wasn't nothing. And she said, fuck y'all. I'm kind of proud of her. And like I said, I hope she gets a good book deal out of it. A lot of people get them 7-figure former Trumpist book deals, when they flip. But hey, at least she gave us a lot of dirt on the administration and really helped us with this whole January 6th thing. So I feel like she's kind of earned her book deal in my eyes, Get your grift on, girl. Get your grift on, girl. I'm with you. Women's power. Get your grift on, girl.
Return the election. I witnessed him start to explore
girl power
constitutional loopholes more extensively. which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn.
Well, welcome to reality. That's what I would say to these fucking senators as a biologist. Right, y'all? As counter-apologists, our everyday reality is that these motherfuckers will proceed despite an agreed upon complete lack of evidence. Right? Right? But the Senate and these motherfuckers be acting like it's news to them that this is how the fuck Americans are. They're like, really? Really? I can't believe these Americans would do this shit without any goddamn evidence. I'm like, have you met any Americans lately? Are you that insulated in Washington, D.C. that you really, literally don't know any Americans anymore? Because if you know about 3-4 Americans, chances are one of them is one of these crazy Republican fucks. You don't really have to know that many Americans to know one of these motherfuckers. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Return the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last.
Sorry, y'all. I had to translate real quick. For those of y'all that don't speak senatorese, this is what we call frat boy shit. Okay? I had to just put it in English for you real quick. Just hear it out real quick.
And profane officials. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time.
All right, here's what happened. Check this out. Check this out, y'all. Listen to the story.
What ensued was a heated and profane clash.
Heated and profane clash.
And President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours.
Right, y'all? Can I get a witness from the congregation? Frat boy shit. Am I right?
Hours beginning.
Fuck out of here.
In the
Crazy
Oval
ass Republic
Office,
trash.
Moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice, and so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claim the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims.
Pause the fucked up ass tape. Y'all, my sense of patriotism, y'all. Watching the Republic trash fall apart, y'all. It's all coming back. It's all coming back to me now. Remembering how much I hate these people. Watching it all fall up. Watching how tattered. Watching pull out a couple of scenes and just seeing everybody flip. It's more flipping on Trump than there's flips out of IHOP. You know what I'm talking about? Woo! Oh, it's so good. My love of America is being restored to me right now, y'all. Oh, when you insurrect me like this, and then you cool me like that, but then we got it all film, and then there's testimonies. And when you turn on Trump like this, you stick your foot up his ass like that. Oh, it's all coming back to me, folks. God, I love this country. I'm actually kidding. This country's fucking trash, and I hate it. Roll the tape.
That involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
Sure.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on the couch, like, chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues, where's the evidence?
A variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually
Bernie Sanders 2024.
And, then there was discussion of
pause the tape. I have got a fresh take coming in hot for you. People are concerned about Bernie. Thank you, YouTube punks. We appreciate you using Myron Bot. Myron Bot he's like, let me at him. He's ready to go. He is trying to work tonight. All right, folks. Now listen. Here's my take on Bernie Sanders, okay? First and foremost, I'm a Cory Booker guy 100%. If you really want to see America turn around and go the right direction, you got to at least give Cory Booker a shot. Until you give Cory Booker a shot, you're just, to me, in my estimation, you're just not going with the best guy. Now, that's just my personal take on it. But since one of the things we got to do in 2024 is we got to keep the White House, we got to win, okay? So hopefully what I want to see Cory Booker go on tour. I want to see America say this is the guy. I want to see the polls shoot through the roof. And then we go Booker 2024. And why should you guys care? Because if Cory Booker wins the presidency, there's a good chance your boy Jay Bundy ends up with a job in the White House. There's also a good chance I don't because I don't give a shit. But if I want a job in the White House and Cory Booker's the president, your boy will get a job in the White House because Cory Booker's my homeboy and he knows I am motherfucking useful. Now, in lieu of that, the truth is, folks, if you want truly progressive candidates, you gotta go with like a Bernie or like an Elizabeth Warren, or we need like an AOC to just straddle AOC. I know AOC, use a sexy one. Or AOC, use a sexy one, all right? So I need you to take one of them fine Met Gala dresses you got or whatever the fuck, straddle yourself a political rocket ship. Yes, we're getting sexual with it, okay? I said a political rocket ship. And then I need you to fucking skyrocket to the presidency in 2024. But in lieu of that, folks, if you a really fucking progressive motherfucker, I literally think Bernie's the best we've got right now, okay? If we can't get Elizabeth Warren or AOC or Cory Booker over the finish line, okay? Bernie or Biden, it's not even a fucking option. I'm Bernie Sanders all day. And if you got a problem with this age, then fucking support somebody progressive younger. But Bernie Sanders could be 98 years old and I will always vote for him over these fucking middle of the road, appeal to the center that doesn't exist, suck off the teat of the Republic trash, centrist CNN Democrats. Other than Cory Booker, they could go sit on a pole and rotate, okay? And the only reason he's different is because we're personally acquainted. It's a friendship thing. He already knows. I'll tell him to his face, Cory, your problem is you're hanging out with too many of the establishment Democrats. Yes, they helped you get to a point where you could become a national figure, where you could be in the mix of all the national players, but you're there now. There's no need to keep hanging on to the baggage of the fucking establishment Democrats. They are just holding back the progressive vision. You need to just team up with the squad, team up with Bernie, and fucking rock out. Now is the time for radical revolution. They just took away Roe v. Wade. Is this fucking reality? Roll the fucked up ass tape. God damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button.
Or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair.
Yes, the first flying man White House chaplain. That's what they need. They need an atheist, secular chaplain in the White House.
And she says, well, the judges are corrupt.
Also, let me promise you guys something about if another reason to vote for Cory Booker, okay? I promise you this. If I get a job in the White House, we are streaming from the White House. We're having church from inside the Oval Office. I'm putting my feet up on the desk. I'm getting a handheld gaming console. I will be streaming from the Oval Office after hours at the president's desk. Watch me. And the right wing will be so triggered. So triggered. There will be so much disrespecting of the Oval Office. Why? Because that's just how I get down. Cory already knows this. I did the same thing when he was mayor. When he was mayor, I would just go in the mayor's office when he wasn't around, sit in the chair. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're not going to do anything about it. You're not going to do anything about it. There's nothing that can be done to stop me. So I promise you, if I get the chance to Twitch stream, play some WWE 2K inside the Oval Office, it is fucking happening. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Everyone? Every single case that you've done,
Pause
the country
tape.
has lost.
And yes, I will be eating buffalo wings on the motherfucking the Resolute desk. Yes, Buffalo Wild Wings, really hot, all over the Resolute desk. Yes, that's how I get the fuck down. I would smoke up in that hoe if they would let me. I would roll a fat one in the Oval Office, but they wouldn't let me do that, so I had to smoke outside on the lawn or whatever the fuck. Probably with the Secret Service.
Even the ones.
Jay, what you doing? Rolling a blunt with the Secret Service? Y'all know me. Y'all know me. I don't give a shit.
That was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was
Smoke
said during this
DMT in
meeting
the Oval
was
Office.
that
There you
President
go.
Trump told White House
politicians should be cool with DMT. It's pretty neat,
Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't
doesn't
offering
smell,
him
you know.
any solutions, but Ms. Powell
We can
and
do it
others
discreetly.
were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
Oh, it's not the same
I think that it got to
stream?
the point where the screaming was.
What do you mean it's not the same stream? Some of y'all might be on the Cliff stream or something. I don't know. Look, guys, I'm gonna show you what you do. I don't know. When I go to the channel, all right, let me check. Let me make sure it's all right. When I go to the channel and go to videos, go to this one channel, and then I go to the restream. Although, Tux, you could probably... Oh, Tux, I think you got to just join into the studio, Tux. Don't go to the event. Don't do the event. Doing the event is a bad idea. Don't do the event. But see, then I'm like here. It says you're backstage. And then I could go over here. And I could be like, boom. And then I see... Oh, see, there's Tux. You're here. What are you talking about? It works fine. It works fine. You're over here. It's probably just got me in some sort of weird view here. Yeah, it's got me in... You got me in one of those weirdo views. One of those weirdo views. All right, let me get rid of this other one. I don't want to be here on my other machine. That's kind of weird. That's the one that's showing the insurrection. Yeah, you might have to watch the insurrection footage from the other thing because I don't have it set to stream to the restream. If that makes any sense, Tux. Like I'm watching the committee on my other computer. All right, can we hear you? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You there?
Yeah, I can hear you. We got two of you though. We got to get rid of one of you. You joined twice. You should quit from. You can't hear me? Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right, but you got to get rid of one of yours. Because there's two of you here.
The church.
Yeah, there's two of me too. There's two of me too. There's too many echoes. All right, that should be better. All right, there we go. Looks like your embed link is invalid. What? What? What just happened to the chat overlay? That's weird. All right. Yeah, I'm not really too worried about that. All right, so now you're good. I'm probably not going to keep you up on screen though, because I'm doing the thing. Oh, you know what, Tux? I could hang on. Let me actually. It'd probably be better if I logged in from the other computer. Actually, now that I think about it, now that I use my brain. When I think, sometimes my brain's like, you should do something different.
Been trying to figure out how to get on.
Oh yeah, it's just been here. What I do now is I set up the events ahead of time, and then I pin the studio. I pin the link early. That way, I don't have to think about it.
No, I know you asked me to come on and explain to you how the good and evils, the evil so evil that it's good.
Yes.
Incorporates itself, and it kind of touches on what we were on with JP and Mueller. Last week we were pulled by Danny over to those Christians podcast.
There's an echo, guys. I know. I'm getting rid of it. Hang on a sec. Hang on one sec. I just need to tell this to use something that's not real. All right, let's try it. No, should be better.
How about now?
Oh yeah, there we go. We're good. But what that should let me do is share my screen. And then I can go over here. Oh, look, we're so high tech. Oh, I'm so
completely
high tech.
Out there. I mean, you got people walk in, it was late at night, it'd been a long day.
So now you can see the screen.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm gonna So is this live?
No, it's taped. So yeah, go ahead. You can tell us the thing.
So it kind of goes in the same theme
as the insurrection, right? As the
insurrection.
The
why the Christian, somewhat of the Christian and the white nationalist have kind of merged behind the same candidate type of mindset.
Yeah, like what is it? Is it? I mean, because to me, is it more than just the Christian theocracy? They're just on board for the Team Jesus game plan.
Team Jesus game plan. That is a perfect way to put it. So, what are some of the titles that you know Jesus by?
The titles that I know Jesus by.
Yeah. Think about
Lord of Lords, King of Kings.
King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Prince of Peace.
Yeah.
Preparing a kingdom.
The conqueror of the whatever, the blase and the Glavinoids.
Yes, exactly. So do you notice a theme there? Do you notice that there's a monarchy theme to all of those titles?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So let's go back to the slavery that I answered the question with, that Jaden was attempting to, try to accuse the atheist as the one who creates slavery in a system, in an atheist or secular world. Well, the reason that there is slavery designated by Noah is because somebody has to be on the lowest level for a monarchy to work.
You mean like the son of Ham kind of mentality?
Son of Ham mentality. And let's go back before that. Like, you have the situation where that section of the Bible is called Canaan's curse. And we wouldn't have, if there wasn't a youngest son of Noah enslaved, servitude, we wouldn't have Exodus 21. We wouldn't have essentially Noah's great-grandson enslaving the Hebrew nation.
Right.
We wouldn't need lamb's blood on the doors and a angel of death named Maset to come wipe out the firstborn. And everybody escape, and then the splitting of the Red Sea, and then 40 years in the wilderness alongside a golden calf and 10 commandments, going askew, right? We wouldn't need any of that.
Yeah, of course.
It's because the monarchy is started right there at the very beginning. You have a situation where two people exist in the world, both of them get cursed.
Hang on one second. Guys, Restream, which can actually keep track of all the viewers I have on all platforms. Of course, I'm live on Pocket Locker 86 and Jay Bundy on YouTube, and then Pocket Locker 86 on Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. Please go ahead and follow me on anything that you're not. But we have 10 viewers, so I dropped 10 million channel points on everybody on both Pocket Locker 86 and on Jay Bundy. Thank you guys. Just appreciate your support. And anytime we cross those little benchmarks, 10, 15, 20 or whatever, I'll drop that amount on people. Also, when we invade streams and we get more streams over, more viewers here than they have on the stream that we're invading is another bonus thing that we like to do, because we're not really out here to make friends with other communities. We're out here to take over. Yeah. We got bills to pay.
I'm looking forward to that job in the White House too.
Exactly. I gotta make sure I'm marketable. I gotta make sure we get our followers up. Because isn't that weird how like that's a new thing now when you go for a job? It's like, hey, look at my socials. I've got these are really great socials. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with your ability to make widgets, motherfucker?
So back to what I was saying.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So you've got two guys. You got Adam and Eve kicked out of the garden. You got Cain and Abel, and you've got kind of a God picks one of the two,
right,
and actually puts them on a higher echelon.
Right.
Guess what? And the other was like, not going to stand for that.
We got in an argument the other night, and it wasn't the other night, but it was the one where they were talking about the one that Nano did his Bread of Wife clips from, where they were really like trying to twist the meaning of the word hierarchy to somehow not mean lesser than. Like, it was just like unbelievable. But yeah,
Bible's
continue.
laced with it. It started right there, Adam and Eve, right out of the box, Cain and Abel, and you've got 4 out of 4 people cursed in the world. One of them's now murdered. Seth is the replacement, and the Cain is cursed. So you got 3/4 of the population, active population, is cursed. Now Cain has a wife, if I remember correctly from the story, but Seth does not. So everybody's going to be enslaved. Guess what? Because you have that quick hierarchy right in place, right there, and everybody turns wicked.
What's up, B.S. Lewis? He said Eve is a military ally. Duh. Yeah, it's kind of like I really think that there's something else in all of this apologetics and religion thing going on. I just refuse to believe that people are really trying to convince us that this is true. Yeah. I mean, do you think people believe all right, let me put it to you this way. We know there's true believers. I'm not trying to say there aren't, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, on the spectrum, don't you think a lot of people are, committed to the team or committed to the idea or committed to the identity or something? Like, it just seems a little weird.
I don't have an answer for that, but to me, when you have the Christian and the white nationalists kind of merging together, you have a scenario in which they know they're going to be that top echelon. They know that atheists, that the Jews, the propaganda against the Jews and the homosexuals is going to be overly effective. It's a first wave. You knock out the first wave, you can get the second, third, fourth, fall right in line. And then you have the top 3. Everybody else is subservient or they're dead. That's how it works. History repeats itself over and over again. You can't tell me that the Israelites didn't conquer the neighboring lands or have the enemies that they had because they weren't duking it out, just like the judgment position on which level you become.
Yeah, it's wild to me, but I really do. I don't think they're ready to accept it, but I think the message that we're trying to bring to people is the right one, because it's the truth. It's the one that really goes right at it and says, dude, like, are you gonna? Because that's the thing I think we should do more of, is just say, like, okay, I'm gonna bring up the genocide thing. You sit here and apologize for it. Go. Because I just love it. It's just like you're doing all the work for us. And I really do think a lot of times, even though the apologist might not, I'm hoping for, I talk about how vicarious salvation or redemption or whatever is immoral. I'm hoping for some vicarious shame, right? I'm hoping that the theist viewer feels a sense of shame, even if the person I'm talking to doesn't. Like, how dare you sit here and apologize for slavery or say God had a morally sufficient reason to kill all the animals who had nothing to do with man's wickedness? Just go ahead. Just go ahead. but tell it, link it. I'm gonna play some clips and see how this all works. I want to see if we can still hear you and everything. But link it to January 6th for those that are not keeping score or don't see the connection, because that's what they want to say, right? There's no connection.
Alan Watts is quoted as saying some variation of, there is a conflict between the Christian and democracy, no matter how they slice it, no matter whether they understand they're doing it or not.
Okay, hang on a sec. So for me, it is when, and I'm going to oversimplify it, and I want to say it's my opinion. I don't want to even say you would do this, because some people are going to say it's a straw man, but I'm going to try to keep it ABC simple. When you want to call someone Lord, you do not want to be free. Because I'm on the old school. I'm on the old school, right? I'm not trying to be brilliant. This ain't got shit to do with PhDs. I'm taking you back to like 8th grade social studies, right? And you're learning about all the systems, right? You're doing the whole world history, right? There was this history, then this civilization, right? And you learn about feudalism. Remember feudalism from social studies, right?
No.
Oh, you
I
don't
was
remember?
raised in a small Christian school.
Oh, all right. So there was feudalism, right? That's back in the, it was a caste system back when the manors and all the rich people had the money, but the poor people had nothing. And so you lived, on the manor, right? So the Lord owned the property. He was the Lord and he owned shit. He had the money, right? And you was a serf, right? And you was a serf. And being a serf basically meant you wasn't shit, right? You lived at the behest of the Lord, right? If you needed to make sure the Lord provided for you. And I think that this is where a lot of that language comes from, right? Mm-hmm. And so to me, as soon as you want to call somebody Lord, you don't want to be master over your own domain. That's what it means. Now, y'all could Christianese it up and tell me, oh, no, Jesus brings us the freedom of eternal grace of God and liberty. No. All of that is just praise the dear leader nonsense to me. But straight up, I just keep it 101. Now, look, I'm plugging my stuff here. You got to check out No Good and Evil for me and Tux. And I think Late Night Counter-Apologetics, we're going to be reviewing some black people this weekend who talk about the joy of slavery, okay? So if that's going to be the topic for this week, and I'm going to just drop little bits on it throughout the week. So for me, here's my opening salvo, all right? If you want to call somebody Lord, you inherently do not want to be free. But go ahead, talk about democracy. That's just on me. I don't want to put that on you, Tux.
Well, I don't. I have my ways. I have my knowledge. And it's useless pretty much in any other theater than this.
But yeah, talk about democracy and Christianity. You said they're not compatible?
So democracy, our republic is not compatible with a system of lords, essentially. It's not going to work if you're setting up a kingdom in the future to have a democracy. It is going to be a situation in which the top 3 levels are going to get to be in the good graces of the lords, or the 3rd level is going to be the lords, and everything above that will be the royalty, and and then just below that will be some of the scraps, and then it's almost like a multi-level marketing.
It really is
royalty and monarchy type of scenario.
And all the more so with the way the Trumpists are, right? Like, because they're way off on the whatever the dear leader says goes, government of one, sort of mentality. I want to welcome back our main man, Rebel Nazarene. He's an interesting Christian theist who's considers himself a Nazarene. I wonder if he's a Nazarene or a Nazorian.
Nazorian. You're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
but just because they always say that was a mistranslation, and it meant Jesus was a Nazorian. He was one of these people, So, but
I've heard that there was a place called Nazareth back then, that it is questioned whether or not it was anything to be established until late 3rd century type of scenario, that it's
what Nazareth,
more
the
mythicism,
place.
but it wasn't big enough to have a temple where the rabbis would accumulate at the Jesus age of.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't buy the whole Nazareth thing, but
the literary, to me, the literary usage of what was trying to be accomplished seems like a far more likely scenario. In my, of course, as Rebel Nazarene.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, Tux. These were my opinions as a Christian. Now, I could give you full Jesus mythicist Christianity, right? I've mentioned this before, right? I just don't think you need to be a Jesus historian to be a Christian, right? I think you could very easily say Jesus is the, most divinely, Jesus is my personally chosen, divinely inspired, archetypal hero, right? And so you don't need him to have existed or rose from the dead or any of that to be a Christian. I know most Christians don't believe that, but that's what I believed as a Christian. That's all I'm saying. Now, what's interesting about this is Nazarene said that I'm promoting Satanism, the worship of self. And I got to be honest with you about that. 100%. 100%. We talk about admiring. This is so funny about apologists, man. They think they're going to get us with something, and you end up like promoting. I wasn't even going to plug Satanists tonight. I didn't have Satanists on my brain tonight. But constantly I'm talking about how much I admire Satanists, and they were kind of the inspiration for the Church of the Flying Man. One of the things I love about Satanism that I really wanted to go with, even when I was thinking like sex, drugs, and rocks and roll for and humanism for the values, is they really do value the worship of self. And you need that. Part of what Christians wrong with you born with this mentality of my life is such shit. I was born deserving of eternal damnation, and if it wasn't for the grace of God, I wouldn't even be worth ever smiling at. And you feel this about you and everybody that's ever lived. Like Gin and Truth talks about this. Check out Gin and Truth on YouTube. It's like, I wasn't born to pieces of shit. I was born to two very admirable people that I happen to think are wonderful human beings. So I don't think they could really probably put their genes together and like a piece of shit human being come out the other side. Now, that doesn't mean I think I'm great, but I definitely don't think I'm a piece of shit. But then when I think about the Satanist values, I'd be like, you know what, I am pretty great. I've made a lot of bad choices in life, but I made a lot of good choices, and I really do think it's important to worship yourself, to love yourself. Sometimes sometimes I got to make sure I get more excited about masturbating than I do about sex. I got to make sure I be getting me something on the old self-splooge machine that is a real treat. You know what I'm saying? Talk something you might not come across in your real life. Really, really up the fantasy level, so to speak. Why? Because I got to treat myself. I got to be honest with you. Sometimes I make myself a nice steak dinner, some homemade mac and cheese, and you be like, ooh, Jay, you throwing down tonight. You trying to get laid, ain't you? You trying to get laid, ain't you? I'll be like, normally, but every once in a while I have a self date. Every once in a while I take myself out to dinner. What I'm saying, folks, is you got to worship yourself. And don't let these thieves tell you otherwise. That self-hatred, self-loathing, that's not the way. You're doing it wrong. Like so many other things, thieves, you're doing it wrong. Can't we just tell them that? It's the argument from you're doing it wrong. All right. I'm going to play this fucked up ass tape. Rudy Giuliani, probably sweating profusely all over a 12-year-old. But look, I'm going to play it in here like this. I'm going to put my code up here so you can see this. Tux, can you say something to make sure we can still hear you?
I am not a Satanist.
We can hear you. We're good.
I am, I actually would consider myself some variation of a Gnostic Christian in some respects. To put it this way, I believe that there actually is a man in charge of us, metaphorically a man, and I just don't believe Yahweh and Yahweh's son and the devil's boss are the ones.
Who how would you describe who is in charge of us?
I think we're just a basic organism on a big organism that requires an organism called the sun, that requires a spinning galaxy.
Oh, I see. I got you. Et
cetera. And eventually you get to another organism.
So I'm like, maybe entity. I wouldn't go organism because I'm all like, it's not but I'm fine with it. I don't care. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough for me.
Entity upon entity.
But you know what? I'm lying because I work with digital organisms and I get offended when people tell me that my computer programs that evolve aren't digital organisms. When they say they aren't organisms, I go, they are organisms. So I'm fine with the sun as an organism. Go ahead.
To say that I'm a Satanist, I do appreciate the the reason the Satanists call themselves Satanists is not because they worship Satan. It's because it's just the counter, and it really gets Christians' attention.
Right.
But
right.
there's no other reason for me anyway to be a Satan. I think the Christians are actually the Satanists.
Right.
In this
right.
scenario.
Right. Which is why I
me-
like the Satanists, because it's funny. Like, to me, they're doing all the right things. They're just using the most antagonistic troll memes to the actually evil Christians. And so I feel like we're kind of like, we're like off to the side, right? Like, the Satanists are like, no, we're going to take the Christians head on by like using the image of their anti-guy, like the guy they hate the most. And then we were like, oh, we're just going to go with the Cult of the Flying Man because it's kind of like a YouTuber version of the Outsider Test of Faith. So we're kind of coming at the side angle. You know what I mean? But yeah, what I expressed is admiration for the Satanists and what they do, sort of an alignment of heart, if you will. And now it's to the point where I wouldn't even go so far as to say I'm not a Satanist, but I'm not currently actively supporting the organization. And I probably wouldn't, because one of the things about establishing this church is that your leadership is not actively a part of any other religious organization, right? So I probably won't, but I might send them the same amount of money, right? I might just be like, oh, is your membership normally $15 a month when I'm there, you know? And I'll be like, oh, I don't want to join, but here's $15 a month, right? You know, that type of deal.
Yes, that's correct, Sandals. I believe that the Hebrews figured out that they were worshiping Satan. At least some of them did. There's a telling of the David census.
What up, No Name?
In which God is the one who sent the angel of the Lord that was known as pestilence. And in the second telling of the same story, it's instead Satan. And I think they were starting to figure out that there was something going on.
Wait a second. Can I just correct the chat real quick? I don't want to educate tonight. I hate when they make me educate on my off hours.
Yeah.
When you say this equation, unnecessarily digging too deep into the illusion that the Bible is somehow a mysterious text that needs to be decoded with man's limited wisdom, you call that Gnosticism. Maybe, but I call it Christianity. Go ahead, Tux.
Yeah, being putting myself in the category is, hey, I've always wanted to be a Christian.
You wanted to be a Christian, yeah.
I've always wanted to be a Christian, but
Christian.
I never could cross that threshold. And when I had my vision, I basically asked the divine, or at least I think it was the divine or God, whoever it was, lack of proper introduction. I will just say that you can believe in the truth from the Bible all you want, but at no point has anyone given me a good alibi that Satan didn't do it. If you want to tell me that we're the Satanists because we're atheists and we're bad-mouthing Christianity, go right ahead.
I'm with it.
But you have an obligation, in my opinion, to say, I have this God Yahweh, and he gave us this book. Well, we don't have any evidence that he actually gave you the book. There's no tangible, there isn't anything anybody could give me. As we discussed the other night, there requires four supernatural beings.
At least, at minimum.
For the Bible to be
Wait, the minimum.
And then
we got to call that. Sorry, you got to call that like the minimal beings argument or something.
The minimal beings argument. You have to prove that these minimal beings, these maximal minimal beings,
yeah,
need to exist for the holy book to be true. And then you need to prove, and one of those four is, what took the information from God's lips to the human writer's hand. You need to prove that is true. Because otherwise, there's another entity in there that's very clever. He is said to control, in Luke 4. He's said to control this world. This is his world, and here's merely dishing it out.
Tux, how do you feel about acid?
I'm gonna pass.
Okay, because I was
got high for the first time. High for the first time tonight, actually. With inhale, I've had the Delta.
You said tonight?
CBD, yeah, tonight.
Oh, with who?
My family was going on a walk. I was like, my back's been bothering me. I sure could use a Delta 8 if there was one around. And my son just.
How do you feel?
Felt like I was on a Delta 8.
All right. Yeah, it's just a good vibe.
My teeth felt very slippery.
Weed can be very gentle if it needs if you do it, a certain way, especially if you do it like very moderately. You know what I mean? That gently, like that. I think that's the thing I like about it is that it's like you could just get stoned and function, right? Like, and it's all good.
Yeah. Things were
And if you want to get blasted off your ass, you could do that too, right?
I have never done that, so
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm at the point now where there's very little difference between the two. I was having a really great conversation because you guys know I do a lot of crazy stuff, but really part of the reason I do that is because I have wonderful mentors, right? And so my mentor is basically elaborating on his theory of not giving a shit. But yeah, I was telling him that I really appreciate him, but that's kind of where I get off with a lot of things because otherwise I think you should probably not wear a wig and a robe and have a giant inflatable spliff and bong in the picture when you meet with your advisor. Yeah, if your advisor is not my advisor, I wouldn't recommend that. Just FYI, guys.
And Rebel, by the way. You're generalizing Gnostics. That is not necessarily what Gnostics believe. There are, if I remember correctly, there were somewhere close to 30 different styles of Gnosticism, just like there were several dozen different versions of apocalyptic.
Rebel, I just got the ultimate thing that I think I should have stayed a Christian, Tux.
Yeah, okay.
Because
I would like this to be a point counterpoint instead anyway.
It's because I think I could make the same exact arguments like and essentially my arguments haven't changed, but now that I'm an atheist, the Christian can just dismiss me, right? Whereas it was before when I was a Christian who was just doubting and wanted to talk about these things, they listened a lot more, right? So in other words, I was an evolutionary biologist. When I was a Christian, none of them gave me shit for accepting evolution. Right, they're like, oh, you're one of the evolution accepting Christians. That's cool, right? If you told them you were a Christian, but you didn't believe Jesus actually rose from the dead, you just believed it was like a divinely inspired metaphor or something like that, they'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. It's a disagreement amongst brethren, right? You could have all this nuanced stuff, but literally, I have the same positions now. I just decided I should identify with the side that actually goes through and says, no, we actually don't believe the claims. Since I don't believe the claims, and it's like a game changer because of the identity shift is I guess what I'm getting at.
What would you go back to the same non-denomination, if I remember correctly?
I never had any care about the nomination because as a church musician we just go wherever we got to go. I mean, it just depends. It depends on your mentality.
Non-instrumental non-denominationals then.
Essentially, but not really, because even growing up, when I played in my Catholic, I went to Catholic school, right? And so they didn't have drums. We just told them y'all should have drums. And then I convinced them to let me play, and then they let me play, and then I played the whole time, right? And then I did that at some other Catholic churches, and we've done that at restaurants where my bands played. They'd be like, oh, we've never had live music. We'd be like, let us play. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this every week. And then they'd be like, so even musicals, I remember playing for Fiddler on the Roof, which is kind of got the klezmer Hebrew music vibe going, right? There's no drum set to that, but I'd be like, let me do something, and I did that. So that was super fun. So yeah, I like doing stuff where there isn't typically drums. But essentially, yeah, if a church doesn't need a drummer, they don't need my services, because it's I should be at a church that needs a drummer. And not everybody feels that way. Like other churches are like, other drummers are like home church first, or this is my congregation, or, you know, if this church doesn't need me in the ministry right now, then that's fine. I can still, you know, this is where I want to grow in my walk with the Lord. I'm like, if my walk with the Lord doesn't involve 2 sticks in my hands, then the Lord ain't talking to me here. Or sound. I do a lot of sound though, so I will be on the sound team. Go ahead.
Rebel, what's your evidence for that claim? What's the evidence that the doctrine is of demons?
Of demons. The popes are pedophiles. Pope Francis talks directly to Satan. I mean, you're not going to get a defensive Catholic theology and dogma from me, but I actually liked going to Catholic school. I really like Catholicism. The one thing I loved about Catholicism is it's not as ridiculously literalist as most, you know, born-agains, right? Like, I was taught that Genesis is a borrowed. Here's what I mean about them not right. I was taught that Genesis is a borrowed creation myth that is influenced by the Bhagavad Gita and all this other list of myths in theology class in a Catholic school. We were taught that by the director of religious formation for the motherfucking diocese. Right? Just like we were taught about the potential ahistoricity of the Gospels and how we didn't know who the Gospel authors actually were and how they were actually authored much later and how all the fucking church canon was decided by councils and the political influence and the blase and the Glavinoids. And then we had evolution class. So Catholicism is cool. Catholicism literally can like fudge it enough to keep up with the times, right? And
they predate the King James version by, you know, roughly 1,200, 1,300
yeah, I mean,
years.
The history is crazy. And then they're organized, right? Like they all have they have the same calendar as far as what scriptures are read throughout the world. So you could, jet set around the world and stay on crew with the rest of the church. And again, it's not a defense of them. It's just to say, like, I really did appreciate, I went to Jesuit schools, right? And so even my mother would tell you she appreciates their emphasis on education and like, discipline. And the reason I could do this, right, is because I'm a disciplined enough human being, probably because of my Jesuit education. So, I mean, you can shit on the Catholics all you want to, but, and again, I do because they're crazy, right? In their own, it's all pretty wild, but they take it seriously. And, I definitely wouldn't say that it's a religion of demons or even demonic people. And it's always weird when you go to like the popes or pedophiles. Because if I went to like, okay, well, what about all the, all of the charismatic evangelists are, cheating on their wives and using their platforms to, have affairs with secular women and celebrities, right? You'd be like, oh, well, you're cherry picking the bad apples. And, my grandmother that, has been going to the church for 35 years is the most wonderful human being on the face of the planet, like, as is mine. So go fuck yourself. But also, like, most Catholics are pretty cool, right? Like, most Catholic people as individuals,
I was raised around Catholics. Even considered becoming a Catholic when I was like 16, 17. 18 area. I never took it serious.
Yeah, they're just fine. Most they don't take it seriously.
Sin. It was much more fun. I just stopped looking at the trees.
Most of them don't take it seriously.
No, any religion that's been through a Reformation, like the Catholic Church has, you don't have to worry about the hell and damnation, fire and brimstone type of pulpit beating.
Right.
Whatever rebel is a part of, my guess is he's heard that so many times from a position of power behind a pulpit that he thinks it's true.
Yeah, again, like, do you really think okay, here's what I do. Here's what I would do. If you want to go to my Catholic school, right? Notre Dame, East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. Just go up to whoever happens to be teaching theology there and then asked him this question. Have you ever read the Jesuit Oath? It's the most heinous, evil, and wicked thing I've ever read. They promise to strangle, flay, murder Protestants, even women and children. And they'll definitely be like, one, I never heard that. I'm definitely leaving my religion tomorrow.
And
two,
the 30-year war. 30-year war was no joke, man.
Yeah, and then two, they'll be like, thank you so much for enlightening me to this. Like, bro, you're just like, when you guys come up with, it's just like we were watching a debate last night, right? And William Lane Craig versus Christopher Hitchens, right? And the whole time William Lane Craig is like, well, as an atheist, you don't know right from wrong. Under your worldview, rape isn't really wrong, is it? It's just something some people would like other people not to do once in a while, you know? And it's like, bro, if that's your argument, like, you suck at arguing, you know? Like, is it fair to say that? Like, isn't, like, right? Like, isn't it fair to like grade things, evaluate things on kind of like a scale, and say like on a scale of 1 to 10, that argument's a -5? You know, how would you score an argument like that?
I don't know. Sometimes my SE is good, and sometimes it's bad. Sometimes good, sometimes shit.
You can read it on the Library of Congress. This is the age of information. No excuses. You're just willfully ignorant. No, it's irrelevant to bring up a document from the past, again, of an organization that's actively reforming itself, and every single member of it could just say, even if that is on record as a previously held doctrine, which clearly, like, it wasn't really practiced that way. There's never been a period in history where the average Catholic was actively just walking around choking the shit out of women because of a Jesuit oath to do so. That's just an unfair representation of people. Like, there's just no reason. And so clearly they would dismiss that. So what I do instead, right, is if I wanted to like have a conversation with a Catholic person, is instead I would be like, hey, Catholic person, what do you believe? And then I would listen, and then I would have a conversation about what they actually believe, not with some book in a library that they've never even heard of says they must believe. That's the difference. But call me crazy.
Well, do we know what denomination Rebel is?
Nazorian.
He's a Norzorian. Nazarene.
Yeah. All right. Let me. Let's see how this works. All right. So if I play this over here,
categorically describe it as.
You can see it, right?
I can see.
You guys are not tough enough.
I gotta get back to work for a little bit.
Another way, you're a bunch of pussies.
Hear it.
Excuse the expression.
Oh, you can't hear it. All right, hang on a sec. That's actually true.
I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything. Kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me.
All right, hang on a sec. Let's see if I can fix that. It's coming out here. I need your output. Yep, there we go. Restream. All right, let's try it again. You should be able to hear it now.
And at a certain point, I had it with him. So
can you hear it?
I yelled back.
Yep.
Great.
I had to come over. Or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence. You know, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Yellow Oval. They call that the Yellow Oval?
Yes, exactly. The Yellow Oval office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting.
Ireland, anyone?
As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke
let me
up
pull this back a little bit so that if
during
you
the
talk, you can be heard over it.
morning of December 19. Cassidy Hutchinson captured
We're working on our
moment
mix so we can multitask as a whole thing. I actually like the
Giuliani
setup.
off the White House grounds to quote, make sure he didn't
I would like to have
wander
an
back
extra
into the
screen up so that we could
Certain
see you
accounts of
too.
this meeting
But
indicate that President Trump
I'll get there.
actually granted Ms. Powell security
I'm down
clearance
2 screens.
and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes.
All right, let me see. I want to get in here with my terminal.
I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and/or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said.
All right, I got to change this font and stuff up because this terminal font is making the lines too long, but it's all right for now. I'm really happy that I got my files transferred over. Let's execute this code.
An appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mention it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election. before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th, "Be there, will be wild." Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their
Eventually,
permit
I just want to figure out what my
January 6th,
font
2 weeks before.
on
This
this.
rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually
No, I
speak.
need my settings.
The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump
Night,
is
Cameron.
calling on his supporters to
Good
descend
night,
on
Cameron.
Washington, D.C. January
Cameron, you
6th.
can use bye too. Let us know you're poofing.
The people to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans.
Also, where's the
moving to
bot?
Washington, occupying the entire area. If
The redemption
necessary,
should be on.
right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand.
Yeah, that's
and
weird.
it's a
Let me
time
see
when
what's going on
he
with
has
that.
specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest, it's gonna be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over.
Oh, it's not the whole command. That's what happened,
Where
I
were
think.
you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and
Let me
future
try
was
it.
on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's
There
supporters
we go.
predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter.
And let's do this.
The point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for
Although I
platform
think it
and
did
content
I think it did it
moderation
twice.
policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered
It's 11:11. I'm gonna hit the hay.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you coming through actually and making sure that the link is working and everything. Yeah, come back through. I'll be live every day this month because I'm trying to raise $100 for my birthday. So yeah, man, I'll be around. And if not, we'll Friday we'll get together.
All right, cool.
All right, man. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
Yep. Good night.
Night.
But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity.
All right, guys. The shift I'm trying to make in the mix here is that when I have the redemptions coming through there, I think I want to set it up so they eventually come through a different mix. But I should actually lower the volume there. That way the redemptions don't come through so quietly. Yeah, see, that's a lot better. And now... let's see.
Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata.
You know what I'm talking about? Oh! All right, but now I got to get rid of the echo. Where's the echo? Who's doing that? All right, it's coming from the laptop. That's good to know. It sounds like one of the alert boxes is open. All right, let's go ahead. I'll figure it out.
In the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for
You're like one of
the first
the alert
time,
boxes is open.
directly to
Oh, also, it might be because it's pulling it from both stores.
and giving them.
No, it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that. There's only one story. It's not in the BUNDY
Not
story.
seen that sort of direct communication before, and that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others on Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic.
All right, I turned it off. That actually turned it off. So I was checking that.
Why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say
again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets
again,
were in response.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, it came through twice
right?
again.
So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call.
There are no married bachelors.
One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening. A third took it even further. It will be wild.
All right, there we go.
Means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, "Calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild." Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, "Why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution." Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, "I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police?" Another wrote on the Donald.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
"Cops
Back
don't
to
have
blue.
standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood." The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed
All right, let's
how the
fuck with this
president's
a little
tweet
bit. We'll
created a laser-like
we'll go to
focus
we'll go to 5
on
by
the
5
date of January the 6th.
Run it a couple times to make sure everything's cool.
People have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, you know, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. "Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels," wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, "Join your local Proud Boys chapter as well." The Donald.win
All right, we're going to
featured
wrap this
discussions
update, do
of
something
tunnels
into
beneath
its
the
own
Capitol
function.
complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Well, we're going to need every moment of that 10 minutes to go through some of what we've heard in this first part of this hearing. The committee taking a short break now in the first half.
All right, guys. I'll skip through this break, but just want to say some things. Yeah, I tried to get some games in there, and yeah, check them out. No Name. Let me know how it goes. They actually should be on YouTube as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, you got to put the points in. So, like, let me see.
Trump's social media call for a, quote, wild rally on January 6th was picked up by various far-right groups, many replying online, promising violence.
But see, a lot of this rhetoric we knew. And, like, what are y'all going to do? Like, I don't think wild rhetoric is going to get you very far.
And the committee played segments of that video of the testimony where he
absolutely bonkers meeting. And yet 4 days later, had come in Cipolloni's telling
we like watching her. She's good.
in the first half.
Well, a lot of things. Let me draw our attention. I think three key pieces of information here. First,
pay attention, y'all. This is the summary for those of y'all that are just joining.
White House counsel, who was interviewed in that on-camera setting behind closed doors last week, coming out and making a lot of revelations. First, that he acknowledged he thought Donald Trump should have conceded in mid-December, when the vast majority of other aides testified, as we heard today, that they also thought that is when former President Trump should have conceded, including his former press secretary Kayleigh McEnany, including in Cipollone's telling Mark Meadows, including Judd Deere, a series of advisors.
Oh, I'm going all in.
Point because the December 14th, the date that the Electoral College did its thing, had come and gone.
I have no idea how this works.
And now the writing was effectively on the wall. And yet 4 days later, there was sort of bucket number two, and that is that absolutely bonkers meeting, as described here in this testimony, that happened in the Oval Office in the White House between sort of Donald Trump's allies, who were at the time pushing these frankly outlandish conspiracy theories to try to keep him in office, and Pat Cipollone,
They didn't tell me I joined.
and others, a couple others in the room, Eric Hirschman, who you saw, who were literally yelling at each other based on what we heard here, using expletives, a meeting that essentially turned into a brawl and became unhinged to try to convince Donald Trump that this was not the path. Do not make Sidney Powell, for example, a special counsel. It
all
is
the way brutal.
We got yet.
All the way brutal.
Point that we will look at.
Listen, it depends on you, but to me, we're that heel stable. We're the New World Order. We're bad guys, is what I'm getting at. We're not the nice guys. We got my one black friend. He's that one guy that's way too nice. But, most of us are not out here trying to make friends. The more you trigger people, the more likely they are to clip your content. But did you see Lena set him off? That's why he clipped it. And now a lot of people have seen it. I think like 300 people have seen it. I did. I showed it earlier. I had it over here maybe or somewhere. I had a hard time. Like when Lena was here, I couldn't pull it up. But I did show it earlier, so I guess I could go back and grab it from there.
For the second part of this hearing is what the committee tried to do there at the end, right before we came back on the air, which is after that meeting, Donald Trump sent a tweet, said, "We'll be wild, be there January 6th." The committee is clearly trying to draw
a crew of pirates and raiders. Hang on, yeah, I'm gonna pause this real quick because I've never done the heist thing before. I've wanted to do this. But yeah, go all the way brutal, ultra brutal. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. All right, ho ho. Dr. Don G made it back from Blackheart Island with a handful of plunder and tale of plenty. The results, Jay is the N-word, okay. You mean the N-word, the inward testimony of the Holy Spirit, the N-word. No, you can't. It'll get you banned, actually. The N-word is like a perma ban with no exceptions, actually. It's good that you asked that. I think you can use it with an A, though. I think you can use it with an A. You just can't use it with the ER. I just didn't want to have to even bother with racist, because guys, a lot of this stuff, it's defensive, okay? These are not offensive parameters, okay? We had to put all the filtration and the moderation in because of the penis bots and the porn link spam bots and all the spammers. Unfortunately, the people like Nazarene who come in here and quote us with paragraphs after paragraphs. And then, yes, we even have the N-word bombers who just come in here and go, nigger, 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 and then they dip, and, we wanted to make sure they can't do that. So if they do, it'll just get banned. Which, by the way, Nano, if you ever do some shit that gets you banned because of the bot, don't worry about it. I'll just unban you. You can always, just ask me to be unbanned or something if something like that happens. So if you ever come on the wrong side of the bot accidentally or incidentally or whatever, don't worry about it. I'll hook you up. But the rest of y'all, if y'all use the N-word with the ER, you get banned. Mods, I don't really care. Mods can do whatever they want. So can members in the Discord. Join our Discord. That's how you get more freedom.
They believe that is critical to showing that Donald Trump
But we got to know you. It's members only.
That tweet. You saw a new key piece of evidence, too. At least one of the rally organizers changing a date.
Everybody else is a guest.
of a previously planned event to January 6th because of that tweet. So this is, I think, the start of the committee trying to not just lay out breadcrumbs, but connect the dots.
Yeah, I don't care about the N-word personally.
That there was a link to Donald Trump's inner circle and that his tweet incited it.
And Kristen, in that meeting, it sounds like the two groups of lawyers, the president's outside advisors and White House attorneys, he was pitting them against each other.
Absolutely. And just to put this into context, to take a step back for a moment, it is a massive breach of White House protocol.
Remember I told you guys mods can do whatever they want? I went to the mating and dating advice. Wait, hang on a sec. And our mod YouTube punk, wait, it wasn't this one. Where was it? Maybe it was the stream ideas or something. Where did it go? Or soundboard clips maybe. Yeah. See, YouTube punk letting us know yesterday that we got to get that Mytho history sound clip. You know, our mods are just on point. Just on point with it. On point. Mytho fucking history. Just like this January 6th shit.
Kelly and I know this.
It doesn't happen.
At the White House that night. It just doesn't happen without White House officials in the Oval Office as well. So that's one. And it tells you just how outside of the norm that meeting was in the first place. The fact that you had that shouting match, the drama of it aside, shows just how close to the brink, yet again, former President Trump came to resorting to some tactic, in this case, seizing voting machines, that Pat Cipollone said, wait a minute, you absolutely can't.
Well, let me interrupt for a second. We should point out that Cipollone was not Trump's lawyer. He's a lawyer for the White House. So his rule, his responsibility is to the office.
His responsibility is to the office. And when you talk to people who are close to him, they say he takes that responsibility very seriously. What we heard from Pat Cipollone was really that he bolstered what the committee has laid out before, which is that the former president was told over and over again that he lost this race and that he had
Trump done fucked up
to try to win it back. What is notable is that you didn't hear the committee specifically ask Pat Cipollone about previous testimony. People are noting that. Legal analysts have already started to pick up on that a little bit and saying, look, as Hallie says, the committee started to draw that link with the protesters, and yet there's still a little bit of murkiness. So that's why the second part of this hearing is going to be so critical, because we're going to hear from Stephen Ayers, who was one of the rioters that day, who we expect is going to say that that tweet that the former president sent out on December 19th, he saw as a clarion call.
He looking, the one on the right looking like a rioter. Yeah, bro, I'm profiling his ass. I'm profiling his ass. I'm profiling a white male. Anybody got a problem with that?
It just underscores how close to the brink, yet again, this country came to a real constitutional crisis.
Watching that last portion where we're talking about these extremist groups, I'm wondering if we're going to hear any evidence of the president at least trying to cool the situation down. The White House, his supporters being aware of what's being said online and realizing that maybe it went over the line.
Well, look at what Congressman Raskin showed in that last example before we came out to the broadcast here, which was then President Trump repeatedly talking about January 6th, even as these threats, including threats, discussions about a red wedding, et cetera, were happening. And so I think that is significant in that piece.
And as the attack was unfolding, again, the former president was huddled, not doing anything, despite the fact that his top advisors were trying to get him to come out and to
Pause. Nano, your stuff is normally clean now that I think about it. It's still so good, though. I don't know, Nano. I trust your creative instincts, but I just know the flavor of Nano that I get when I see your clips and your edits. I like it strong, and I like it really strong, Let me put it to you this way: some people don't like spicy food. Most of the people in the Midwest, go fuck yourselves. Some people like mild or hot, and then what they say they think is hot is really mild. I'm one of them extra spicy guys. But a lot of times, I'm one of those guys that wants to go to the Indian restaurant. I want to get my vindaloo extra hot, okay? Lamb vindaloo extra hot, okay? And it's so hot, it literally makes me sweat. And it makes you sweat. And it's so hot that it makes you sweat. The people that are sitting next to me in the restaurant are like, are you okay? Are you going to be all right? And I'm like, oh, I'm so good. Oh, this is so good. That's how strong I like the flavor of my nano in my nano clips, okay? I wanted to elaborate so you had a visual, okay?
Send out a tweet to essentially call the mob back, to tell them to stop attacking the Capitol. And in a new documentary, an
100% brutal fatality. There we go.
The rioters smart. And so I think what the committee is going to try to argue is that at no point did he try to pull them back. At no point did he get advised that these tweets were happening, and did he try to take action to stop them?
And you're talking about the day itself. Even before that day, that was the question that the committee was trying to lay out. Even before January 6th, this was continuous implemented. I remember sitting with you on the special report, Lester, and the biggest question as we covered the White House at the time was, where is then President Trump, and what's he up to?
That's right.
Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been listening in the conversation. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm struck by a couple things. Number one is just how thoroughly the committee has disqualified Donald Trump. If this were a case that were being made to the U.S. Senate, and you're making, remember, impeachment is a political case, and I think they've made an extraordinarily strong political case that the former president, perhaps, I mean, they're painting a picture of that he was a bit delusional, although I would sort of say this is the Donald Trump that I have researched my whole adult life. He has always searched for lawyers who will tell him what he wants to hear. It all began with Roy Cohn back in the day. Then it was, he found himself a Michael Cohen. Now it's Rudy Giuliani. Then it became Sidney Powell. He's always searched for a lawyer who will tell him what he wants to hear, and then that's what he attaches himself to. Everything that has been said, I keep coming back to the fact, why are we here?
Forgot to specify the data types. These are going to be integers.
Mostly in the United States Senate. Didn't have the guts to deal with the consequences of disqualifying Donald Trump from ever holding office ever again.
I think that's
It's an opportunity Mitch McConnell had. And I put this on him because had he voted to convict, there would have been enough votes. There would have been another 6 to 8 Republican senators would have followed. They have really made that case. You could argue at the time, you know, the Republicans were hiding behind this idea, oh, we don't impeach. And I keep coming back to this. How many of those Republican senators are watching this going, what have we done? We didn't confront this now, and now we are stuck forcing the legal system, forcing a whole bunch of other ways to do this that is maybe even more damaging to the country. And it all comes because the Republican Party doesn't have the guts to confront Trump and deal with the consequences of that short term. They're always worried about their
Damn, you know
politics,
it's bad when even the
not their
centrist mainstream motherfuckers are calling you out. That's not
other
good.
Witnesses who we're going to be hearing from, we expect to be hearing from here shortly. Then we go to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, who was inside the hearing room. Give us a sense what the environment was like.
Yeah, Lester, I can tell you, having just come out those doors, the mood in the room at points early on was moments of levity, moments of laughter. That shot of Sidney Powell taking a long swig of Dr. Pepper elicited laughter. But I have to tell you, by the time that we left the hearing room, there was a real somberness and a real darkness that had fallen over the people who were sitting in that hearing room. The severity and the danger of what the committee was laying out as the former president's message on Twitter percolated through to right-wing groups and right-wing media, the real danger of that seemed to set in for everyone who was watching there. And so as we head into this next portion of the hearing, that's the tone and tenor that the committee is clearly laying out, and that the audience who's in that room there that you see on the screen is preparing for, as we see these witnesses there getting sat down, getting sworn in the next few seconds here. And I have to say, as someone who's been watching all these hearings, that mashup that we were able to see of people inside the White House telling the story of that absolutely crazy meeting in the White House, it felt at times like a documentary. You didn't even need members of the committee to walk you along with what was happening there. They were inside that room with more than 6 people who were sitting in it, and it showed the fact that they have been able to get inside that White House and tell the story, not themselves, but in the very words of the people who were participating in those meetings. I think this was a really stunning moment for the January 6th committee, Lester.
I felt watching that at moments, I thought of that meeting was the country rudderless at that moment. Danny, let me bring in here, criminal defense attorney. What your thoughts about that meeting were?
In many ways, what we've seen so far is that Trump said some words, and those words, really, the worst case against him is "will be wild." These were things that we already knew. Now you move on to these other things like the meeting that we've talked about in the White House with no White House officials there until they come running in. That goes very far to showing that Trump, now we're getting to the point where Trump has to be at a level of ignorance that he doesn't know anything, that he has no idea how any protocol works. But ultimately, this case that we're going to hear today is about Trump said some words, and then some groups, militia groups, other groups, misguided followers of Trump reacted in a way that was totally over the top. And the committee's mission today is drawing a connection between Trump's words, whether he reasonably expected that it would result in violence. That's really it. That's the
well, this is
ultimate
not,
goal.
I mean, again, this is not a criminal proceeding, but it's going to be wild. I could say, hey, I'm having a party. It's going to be wild. I don't expect people to be, beating on each other. Well, does that become an excuse? Well, I didn't mean it literally.
Exactly right. I mean, you look at the words, and of course, context matters. You don't look at words, and courts don't look at words in a vacuum. But if Trump's intent was to incite violence, if he knew, now keep in mind, DHS officials were aware prior to January 6th that Trump supporters were responding in, let's say, violent or exaggerated or just overly ambitious ways to his tweets, to his words. So if Trump knew that, if DHS knew that, and Trump also knew that, then maybe a case could be made for will be wild means we want you to get wild. But look, that's not an easy case to make, which is why he hasn't been indicted yet, which is why the DOJ is still waiting to see what happens. Undoubtedly, they have more information than the committee does. They are just biding their time and seeing if anything comes out to make that connection. Because really, we've heard some new things today, but nothing so new that it amounts to Trump saying, go storm the Capitol. Until we hear that evidence, the DOJ is not going to be too wild to prosecute.
Hallie, where's this going?
Well, I think, I'm just struck by something that Danny said, too, this idea that was the former president ignorant, I think is the word you used, echoed what Liz Cheney, the vice chair, said in her opening statements. He was not an incompetent child. He was the president of the U.S. Where this is going, look at the two men on your screen here, two people that will testify to the level of extremism that two groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, two of the groups at the center of this, the insurrection, took, the steps that they took. What I'm going to be interested in here is what is the level of discussion or coordination, right, between those groups? We've seen some allusions to that. There has been an allusion to the involvement of members of Congress, for example, not with these extremist groups, but we know that some committee aides had been talking about that is something that will be laid out in part 2 of this hearing coming up. And then specifically, you think to that meeting, draw the link, right, between what we just heard in the last portion and what we're about to hear. Keep in mind who was in that meeting on December 18th, Mike Flynn. Okay, somebody who is considered a QAnon cult hero, essentially, this conspiracy theory on the far right fringes. That is a direct link, right, between that conspiracy and the Oval Office. You're going to see, I think, more of those links being drawn. And then also to hear from these men in their own words about the experience of, in the instance of Stephen Ayers, for example, being at the Capitol that day, what that was like, and any regret he may have now, as you know, Kristen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been getting text messages from some Republicans who are saying that so far today has been absolutely devastating for the president. That, of course, deals with the court of public opinion, not exactly what Danny is talking about, the legal proceedings that may or may not follow this. But I do think it underscores the fact that the first part of this hearing has set up what could be potentially even more damaging testimony from the rioter who we're going to hear from, Stephen Ayers. I go back to that image in one of the early hearings of them huddling in the parking lot near the Capitol in D.C. And I think those are the types of images of potential collusion and coordination that could be problematic in a legal proceeding.
Let me go to
and in a criminal investigation.
Pete Williams right now. Pete, what do we know about Oath Keepers and what the motive in all this was?
Proud Boys, really more than anything, Lester, faced the most serious charges of being the ones who sort of pushed people to go up to the Capitol. They were among the first to actually enter the Capitol building. So they faced the most serious charges, seditious conspiracy. Stephen Ayers, who will testify here,
What's
is
up,
so
Honey B? I see you. Thanks for coming through.
The largest group of people who came into the Capitol on January 6th. So far, the government has arrested about 860 people. About 260 of them are charged with doing something violent, resisting arrest, or assaulting police. The rest of them, about 600, in which Stephen Ayers is a member, were in the Capitol. He was there for about 10 minutes.
I would pay pay-per-view money to see Trump give the Kalam cosmological argument.
They didn't do anything violent, and they left. And I think the reason you're going to hear from him is he says he was directly inspired by the president's tweet. He said on Facebook, January 6th, Washington, D.C., the president is calling on us to come back to Washington on January 6th for a big protest, and then he quotes the tweet. How much the White House knew about how much this tweet had illuminated through the radical fringes of American society, I don't think we know. Remember, the intelligence community didn't seem to have a very good heads up about what was coming on January 6th. And one other quick thing, Lester, you know, one of the gaps so far in the Justice Department's cases is, did anybody, and if the answer is yes, who had an actual plan to enter the Capitol? We know that these groups talked about storming the Capitol, about swarming around the Capitol, but whose idea was it, if there was a specific person, to actually enter the Capitol, or was it a matter of seizing the moment? We still don't know the answer to that.
Well, so some groups directly to the Capitol as opposed to starting out at the rally?
Though most of the groups did start at the rally, the Proud Boys were sort of an exception to that. They had a meeting at 10 in the morning at the Washington Monument, and that's where supposedly the last-minute instructions were given. And then, according to the government, the allegations in the government's indictment against the Proud Boys is that they were the pointy end of the spear. They led people up to the Capitol after the rally. They were the first ones to push through the police barrier. One of them is charged with actually being the first person to use a police shield to break out a window, and that's how the first people got into the Capitol. They got into a window.
That is weird. That is so weird. Hang on a sec, y'all. Damn, even his shit sound clean. Come on, these are my goals. Look, this worship ministry is so dope.
Hallelujah. The name of the
Yeah, they're fine. All right, why'd I do that? Listen to this.
They got in, crawled in through the window and then opened a door.
It's like a weird fan or something noise. I thought that was coming from my
if
mix.
the Justice Department watching this is seeing or hearing anything,
It's actually coming from them. I had to play. I usually play a couple other videos, but you can see
there may be one
it's
or
them
two
now.
things, but for the most part, the guidance we get is that the Justice Department is well aware of what the committee has found. I'm sure some of the quotes that they've heard and some of the.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna speed it up. I'm gonna get through this break. We don't need to listen. We could. I want to get back into the hearing.
But for the most part, I think yes, the Justice Department is.
They should be about ready to go to this guy
privately, and then we can talk about potentially next steps. And so they believe that this is in fact a stunt.
Line like that, I think about what you and Pete were talking about, Pete
Here
Williams.
they go. They're sitting down. They're back in their seats.
Was anybody planning in advance to enter the
They
Capitol?
got all the nice sharp ones in the middle.
Comments like
He's
that. He's
preachy than a motherfucker, but he's been good for this.
To remind people, we are here because the Capitol was attacked.
And we had seen imagery of the weapons that were talked about previously, the sprays, the
You're on a cell
spears,
phone in the factory.
those sorts of things.
Yeah,
So
it'd be like
really
that sometimes.
And there's a list of weapons that NBC News has been keeping track of that were planted
I'll be listening
or
to the
brought
mix,
or
no
in
name. I'll
DC
be telling y'all,
related
man,
to the
I'm a
riot
sound
that the
nerd.
DOJ
You
has
know,
laid
I'm a
out.
sound guy. That's what I
this
do.
hearing is resumed.
That's believe it or not, that's the one thing I love to do in my church when I'm not playing. Right, as I will definitely still come to church to help out with sound always. Matter of fact, a big part of the reason I got a big digital mixer and stuff like that is because most of the churches and the big gigs and the big places that I would do sound, I still work and volunteer for live sound companies and stuff like that when I can, and I wanted to make sure I had my own digital mixer at home so that I was, just every day comfortable on one, and it's been really fun. Yeah, I love it.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet.
Appreciate you guys giving me feedback on the mix, too. It
Across
really
the
helps.
spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign.
A blended ideology, y'all. We should remember that term. It's probably useful.
But across multiple platforms with these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? What's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? Where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida 3 Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense.
Actually, right now, I just want to do this
The committee obtained hundreds
function.
of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers.
I want to type it out, though. I
This
just
photo
wanted
from
to make
December
it closer.
12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they could not make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that if he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief, we're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
This other stuff, yeah, it's better.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour!
1 hour.
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio.
Oh, I see what I did. There's a loop. Hang on a second. There's a reason why I actually didn't have that in this update grid loop, because I actually want to, when I say do something, I want the do something that does to be the update the grid thing. Although I kind of want to figure out how to, oh yeah, it's in the main, and then for in the main, I'll figure out how to do it somewhere else. All right, cool. So what I'm just going to do is I'm actually going to delete this, and then I'm going to make it do something in the update grid. Yeah, we'll make update grid print do something, and then we'll go from there. All right, I see what's going on. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. I can use a computer. Barely, but I'll get there. I don't know how anyone can deny what happened,
by the Select Committee
but they
showed
do.
That Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke
Wait, pause the
directly
tape.
with
Which is kind of funny because it ties into the whole theme of the whole election, right? Because the fact that they denied the whole election result means not only do we all know Trump lost the election, like they reviewed earlier tonight, he also then lost it again in court 60 out of 61 times, right? As if, like, so he lost this election. You know, he got fucked on this shit like 8 ways to Sunday, right? Like he just got gang fucked, like just beat over and over and over by literally the whole football team, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the initial loss, all the fucking recounts, all the fucking trials, right? Literally the whole fucking team, right? And this shit is the same way, right? Like, this shit happened. Everybody saw it. All the fucking insurrectionists, you know, put it on their social medias. They've all gone to jail and shit. And since motherfuckers still deny it, once again, we're going to see it over. Now we've got a whole fucking U.S. committee that's going to play it out for us again all over the coverage. So we're going to see it again. It's like, it's the same thing. Like, the ignorance that we have to deal with means that not only do we see it in public, but we just see it literally repetitively over and over and over again. And the funny thing is, it works because I'm here for this. Like, I fall off with the news because shit gets so boring with the blase and the Glavinoids. But when it comes to this January 6th insurrection shit, I'm like, yes, let's get deep up in the details. All the deets. I want all the deets.
On January 5th and 6th. In fact,
it's like getting
on January 6th,
see how
Stone was
crazy they
guarded by
are.
2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy.
Seditious
One of them later
conspiracy.
pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network.
Fuck out of
Stone's
here.
ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed required for the first level
Let's
of
make the
initiation to the
generations
group.
like 4, you know, or 5. There's printing too many lines. I don't like all those lines it was printing. All right, where's that at? I'm just getting back to reading these. 64. Go to line 64.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
All right, what else?
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said,
the update the grid
Mr. Stone,
Okay,
Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
No,
we'll learn more from Ms.
pass it
Murphy about these individuals
actually.
and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was,
all right, I got a document that I need,
the president
guys.
Likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious.
There's a document I wrote to
him.
help plan this code that I'm writing.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction. Please."
I'm going to send this over to myself.
According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, did you tell him what you meant by that, or what did you convey to him about what the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Oh, shit, I might already have it over here.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "You know, this stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the Ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, Ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6th. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6th well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is, White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do at the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view is that the Vice President didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was a campaign, said that the way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that.
Oh, the Catholic amen.
I think I actually told somebody, in the vice president's, just blame me. This is, I'm not a politician, I don't, I just said, I'm a lawyer.
Like this? That's
this
gross.
Is my legal opinion.
Oh, this is explicit, though. I kind of like that. That's actually nice.
But let me tell you this.
But I want to write it once.
About the vice president.
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And
nope, doesn't like it.
I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Doesn't like
for his
it.
actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6 went forward anyway.
There we go.
The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come.
We could just do this.
The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office.
They store their
Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
Brains.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had
on
asked
the
me
grid.
to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
They need to be evaluated each update.
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there was a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was
World State
dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
Turn, do nothing. So the agents are going to get evaluated each update. They're going to run.
And what do you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, I took that to mean.
And then after they run a whole bunch of turns,
he did look to the staff and ask for
we'll do selection and then update the population.
He said, that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one.
So I think the population is in the world, right? And then the grid is for the agents. All right, that's what I needed to figure out.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention it.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines. But then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd
All right.
was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
All right. I've got to figure out. All right, so I've got to have a grid and a world.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd
one's got to live in the
at
other.
The rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark
maybe
and
there's
light.
only one. No, there's only
Between
one.
the godly and the godless.
And they get updated in it, and then at some point they just do selection.
And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and
all right, so we got to let's put some agents on this
soil
grid.
that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, members of the United States Senate,
Make the
those
grid.
those of you who are feeling weak
Yeah, we'll go
tonight,
5 by 5 for
those of
now.
you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option.
All right.
These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
All right, so we're gonna make something called the organism. I guess it's got to be like a class.
1776. 1776.
So I need to make an organism class. It shouldn't have anything, probably an agent.
At
I
5:05
guess I need
p.m.
an
as the
agent.
Freedom
What did
Plaza
Cliff
rally
always call
was
it? A
underway
harvester?
just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory
let's make a
stolen by
class for
emboldened
that.
radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, when people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried. And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th,
I wanted to call it an agent just because it's shorter.
Was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups?
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
What's the thing that the harvester could have?
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we
whether or not
have,
he's alive.
who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, The president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Yeah, I didn't think that type would be
Did you ever
allowed.
speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement
what other type could I
between the
use?
president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
Oh, yeah, I probably want a pointer.
Saying that that he had a
Yeah, won't let me use void type.
sort of some of the effect of
maybe a
thinking that it would
bull.
be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
I just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a...
I'm just going to use this for placeholders for stuff I'm going to probably get from me.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the Vice President. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the Vice President told the President that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the President called the Vice President of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here's how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough,
let's say it's a vector of ins for now.
About the vice president that was added.
Let me see. No, it'd be a vector.
President Trump
of
wanted
ins.
to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen.
I don't know what food scores looks like. It's
when
in my
President Trump
MAVE
arrived at the
code.
Ellipse to deliver his speech,
probably have
he
that
was still
open
worked up from his
instead.
call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel.
Let's just say that for now. We'll call it food scores.
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter?
Vector variable.
Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm the situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Whoa, why would you be downloading VS Code?
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them. And his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6th in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added,
I'm gonna keep writing this code out a little bit,
but a woman
just so
is
I can
dead.
make sure I know it, and then I'll go back to
if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone. When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove.
What do you mean?
And Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tavenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes,
so now
the founder
we
and
should
president
have some MAVE code, and I was going to use that for something. Who has been charged with
seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story.
Let's see. Food scores, here we go.
I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Getting sworn in. Here it goes. It's a vector of vectors of doubles.
I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff.
Bundy Ranch.
When I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered 2 more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes.
You start with 3 scores for each one. And then you update it.
Rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started.
Oh, please tell me you're not a goddamn January 6th apologist troll too.
Over a period of time, as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right.
You were blocked because you weren't substantiating your claims.
Into white nationalists and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So, what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence.
Through the perpetration of
through
violence.
Lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments.
All right, pause the fucked up ass tape. Y'all, I really appreciate y'all. This is crazy. I'm going to be doing a lot more streams like this. Like I said, I used to do a lot of code and chill streams on YouTube. And wait, what the hell is going on screen? Why do y'all not see what I'm seeing? It's really weird. Hang on. Oh, you know what? I think my my Twitch monitor got screwed up or something. It doesn't look like it's up, like it's keeping up with what I'm doing currently. But it's probably gonna help. It's probably gonna make it really difficult for me to log out of it like it always does, which is really annoying. Yeah, there we go. All right, everything looks all right. All right, guys. Like I said, I used to do a lot of these on Twitch, so it was exciting to get to be able to do it on Facebook. A little bit of juggling, had to change machines, and I didn't really want to. I did take a break to do the call-in with Tux, and that worked out pretty smoothly. It was just a matter of switching over to the to my other device here. You know, throughout the week, guys, tomorrow I got a gaming event going on with my club. Starting at 10 o'clock, we're going to be selling drugs on GTA. Yeah, we're going to get together as a club, sell some drugs. It's going to be great. But before that, I'll be back with a live stream at 1 o'clock p.m. I'll be streaming Digital Evolution Time with Cliff. And then I'll be back live probably after my meetings. I don't know what other meetings I got. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Oh, I got a lab meeting. What time is my lab meeting? I got a lab meeting from 6 to 7. So probably what I'll do is I'll probably stream with Cliff. I'll probably get ready to go live after that. I'll play a replay or something during the break. I might get into part 2 of this. Part 2 of this January thing. I'll probably just leave this where it is. We'll probably pick up with this guy's testimony tomorrow, and then I'll play the rest of this, and then move on to some other stuff. My schedule will be a little bit more flexible after tomorrow, but yeah, I'll probably end up doing some more coding tomorrow, and then throughout the week, because that's my job. And the point is, for this, a lot of this stuff has been to get the studio and stuff set up so that I could do coding, streams, and working on my papers, and give you guys the reality streams of the real life of the science. All right, so that's been fun. But we've been able to keep it kind of dynamic, right? Been able to put on something interesting to do some counter-apologetics too. Get some call-ins. I've got the Discord pulled up here on my other tablet. I've got this going here. So everything went well. I'm really glad we got things working out. I'm going to be streaming every day for the next month till August 12th, trying to, save up, trying to raise $100 for charity, trying to raise $100 for the International Bipolar Foundation. But yeah. Want to thank everybody so much for watching. This was super fun. I'll still be on till about 2. I'm not quite done. But yeah, let's kick back for a little bit. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's see what we can come up with. I want to maybe watch some other footage. So let's see what I'll do here. I'll go with I'll keep the scene the same. I'll get rid of some of my extra cameras. We'll turn off the droid cam. We'll turn off the small screen here. We don't need that anymore. All right, guys, we'll cut to this scene. Yeah, let's enjoy ourselves a little bit here. Let's see if we can have some fun. Should be 1. Actually, I should have left this like it was. The right computer. All right, here we go. Man, I really wanted to see that clip. Oh, this dude is still live? He's still live?
He's going to nuke us. I mean, it's not really... being worried about it is a pretty legitimate concern, if you ask me at this point. I mean, because it's getting beyond the pale. They've crossed lines out the wazoo. I mean, when we're sending... The amount of weaponry that we're sending to Ukraine would be a justifiable declaration, or Russia would be justified to consider what we're doing in Ukraine act of war. I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts about it at this point.
Check.
This is the thing that, and really, honestly, I said it a couple nights ago, but personally,
no echo cancellation, stereo, adjust the volume.
The
that's
church,
fine.
As a body. I blame Christians who got complacent because, once they got complacent, they stepped out of society. Righteousness exalteth the nation, but sin is a reproach to every man. And God judges nations. But the fool despises chastisement
to end the night.
But the fool despises chastisement, but the believer rejoices in it and knows it and understands it. It's we as a country, when we promote...
I want to interview this Bible research tools guy
abortion,
too.
We promote, transgenderism, we promote homosexuality, and
I don't know if he'll even
want to spread these ideals
bring me
out
on
to
before I
other
have to go.
nations
I got to
and
go in like 20
places,
minutes, but we'll see. I want to get on for a little bit.
Publicly fund eugenics programs with
we'll see what else is going on.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation going over to Africa and injecting, the Africans with these quote unquote vaccines that sterilize them and cause birth defects in children that are born. As a nation, we get what we deserve.
Yeah, Danny's not live anymore.
The punishment from God.
I'll interact maybe with this chat a little bit.
We can't be discouraged by that. We have to be strengthened and emboldened to be able to go out and preach the gospel and preach against what our nation is doing. So,
Back to the dreams thing. I don't know if you've seen the meme. It's James Franco from the Coen Brothers movie, the Ballad of Buster, whatever it is. But he's on the gallows. He has his head in the noose, and it's Gen X looking at millennials who are being threatened by nuclear extinction for the first and he's like first time. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen that meme or not, but yeah, I'm Gen X, and during the 80s, there was a movie that came out the day after tomorrow.
Probably. I mean, that's about what I expect from them.
Anyway, you lived
talk.
with that, and yeah, it was just part of our lives because within 90 minutes we could all.
But I want to get deep into the webs of people with the weirdo beliefs,
believing that. So anyway, it's like the Bruce Willis meme. Welcome to the party, pal.
Yep. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
I'm good, man. How you doing, actually, man? I saw you. I was getting ready to call it a night. I saw you were live, and I figured I'd hop in and say hello.
Right on. What you been up to?
Not much, man. Just working, streaming, the usual. What have you guys been chatting about tonight?
No, a variety of things. There was
mostly good news.
Yeah, there was initially it was the after show for a evolution debate.
Oh, you guys were beating down on evolution again?
No, not too much tonight. It was more of a analysis of the debate itself. I mean,
oh, I got you. Actually, it's really helpful to share that with your audience and kind of break it down. And
I mean, to be honest, there wasn't much new stuff from either party that was argued, and I mean, one of the things we were going off, at least I was going off about earlier, is the guy that was in favor of evolution. I mean, his talking points were hilariously bad and just didn't actually. I've interacted with him myself a couple times, and I know he doesn't actually understand the points he makes, and then he claims that they're proven beyond all doubt, and it's like, okay, buddy, but
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, plus there's just no need for the hyperbolic rhetoric about scientific evidence. That's kind of not the thing. It's kind of thing to stay away from.
I don't necessarily say.
What evidence? We love science. We just don't believe evolution is science.
I mean, that's like not that's weird, right? That's kind of like that puts you out on the fringe of science, though, of like scientific perspectives. Yeah, it does.
It's not science. It's consensus, but it's not consensus. It's politics, not science.
But how? So then, what is science then?
Science is things you can measure, observe, measure, test, repeat the testing.
Right.
Evolution, you can't do any of that.
You can actually do all of that. What are you talking about?
Baloney. Show us.
I mean, if you have time, you want to tune into my stream tomorrow. I'll be coding evolution experiments, and you can.
No,
you
just
can
give
watch
us
me.
one. Just give us one example. How can we test?
But Jay, are you doing evolutionary algorithm programming?
You kind of look at it that, yeah, like artificial life.
You're doing simulations, right?
They're not really simulations. They're just computer programs that evolve.
Well, I mean, the computer program is the simulation is dependent on programming, right?
It's not really dependent. It's just what
your program does not operate on anything other than code.
Yeah, but it's still evolution.
Right.
Oh boy.
I mean, do you have a search function?
What? You just let natural selection do the search.
Right.
Yeah, but you've limited the scope of what you're searching for.
Well, I mean, similarly to the way a frog is going to limit what it searches for to things that are relevant to a frog, computer programs limit what's relevant to them to computation, but that doesn't mean it's not evolution. My point is evolution is really just a theory. It requires three things: variation, inheritance, and selection in time, so that you can have change in a population over generations. And anytime you have those conditions met, you have an evolving system. So we
That's
know
vacuous. That's vacuous.
I don't. Well, maybe
We want to know how common ancestry.
Bible
Do you
research
have
tools.
any evidence for common ancestry?
Yes. Here's the thing. Bible research tools. I'm trying to say this as nicely as I can.
Well, say it.
Okay. What the opinion you're expressing is just not scientific, and it flies in the face of evolution. Is like the most well-supported theory in all of biology, right?
Then
So
show us some evidence
can't.
for common ancestry.
Here's
Any evidence. I don't
okay.
care what
I'll give
it is,
you.
any
I'm gonna give you something better. I'm gonna say something that's genuinely probably more important for you to understand, right? Okay. Whether or not I can demonstrate evolution to your satisfaction has zero influence on whether or not you actually are evolved. So I could be able to not even explain to you what evolution means or is, or I could be completely incapable of demonstrating it to you, and none of that would change the reality of it, because like the reality of it isn't dependent on you understanding it, right?
But the reality is
Can
he's
I get a word
created.
in? The fact that you can't demonstrate it, it puts you in the super majority, because no evolution can demonstrate it.
No, here's the thing,
They can't
Bible
show
research
anything
tools.
about it.
Here's the thing: we can demonstrate it. You won't accept the demonstrations. There's a huge difference. When you say something like, "Oh, well, show me this evolving into that," or whatever test you set up, what you do is you set up a test that, by definition, nobody is saying that that's what evolution is or how it works, and we'll
That's
concede.
not true.
We'll concede.
Darwin said.
I don't care what Darwin said, because I'm an evolutionary biologist and I'm not Darwin.
Because he's already been proven wrong.
It doesn't matter. First of all, he hasn't been proven wrong, whatever that means. He's one of the most celebrated scientists in the history of science. Like, this is just.
Well, so it's Satan.
No, Satan was not a scientist. This is what I mean. You just say things that are demonstrably wrong. No, Satan is not celebrated. Not many people celebrate Satan.
Okay. So Jay, what is the fidelity rate necessity that you require for your fitness function in your simulations?
Oh, I don't. What? I don't. That's not how natural selection works. I don't have to set up a fidelity rate of a fitness function.
No. In order for evolution to actually be plausible in the real world, you have to have a fidelity necessity.
You don't. Listen.
There's papers. I interviewed a PhD biochemist.
Okay.
Who is?
Do you see what? Can you read my name to me? Can you just read my name to me? Can you just read it to me? Can you read it?
I see.
What does it say?
Congratulations.
Do you know what they're in?
I think one was evolutionary biology, and I'm assuming something.
Yes. So I don't give a fuck what other evolutionary biologists say, because my job is to argue with other evolutionary biologists and tell them they're wrong all the time. So you quoting, listen, I'm just trying to save you some time.
Okay, Jay,
you quoting another evolutionary.
I was talking, and then you started being a dick. Okay, so calm down. All right, now, in biological systems, is it recognized that you must, in order for reproduction and life to exist, we have to have a fidelity rate?
No, I've tried to say no like five times, and you won't let me answer your question.
I haven't finished my sentence. I will tell you when you can speak, bro.
I know you're the big dictator. Go ahead.
I'm making a point, and I will yield, and you can respond.
Sure.
Okay. So I want you to show me research. Send me links that shows in real.
I don't have any obligation to educate you.
So, Jay, are you letting me finish the sentence?
I'm just trying to help you out. Go ahead.
There is none. They don't have any evidence.
Jay, I have read papers out the wazoo on this topic.
So have I.
In relation to the fidelity requirement for a organism to live. And unless you are going to sit here, and not from a simulation perspective, but from a real world perspective, I need you to tell me when I let you talk again, tell me if, and please direct me to the research which shows you don't have to have an extraordinarily high fidelity rate in order for life to continue.
Okay. Are you ready? All right, you ready for this?
Go ahead.
That's not a relevant parameter. I'm going to repeat this again. For evolution to happen, you need a population that is changing from generation to generation. That population needs to have 3 parameters: variation, inheritance, and natural selection. There is absolutely zero obligation for a fidelity rate, selection. None of that is essential to evolutionary theory. Now you can quote
simulation.
Okay. In simulation.
And again, I'm not talking about simulation, and I tried to tell you before that that in my system, the evolution is not a simulation, it's actual evolution. Now you can keep misrepresenting what I said to you if you'd like, but I've tried to correct you multiple times.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay, so you just said it's not simulation, but is it digital or is
yes,
it?
Yes, it's digital. But
okay,
here's
so that's not
no. Let me explain. Yes, I didn't say it was biological. I just said it wasn't a simulation.
So my point was, show me the research in actual biological systems where the fidelity necessity is not in play.
Bro, I just spent 10 years in grad school, and the word fidelity necessity was mentioned 0 times, is what I'm telling you. Biologists do not talk about this, and whoever told you they don't. I just graduated from the lab that runs the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science. You were talking. Yes, I graduated from the LNCA lab. That's
Lenski failed.
He failed. Oh my goodness. Yes, he failed, and then he was awarded. And then he was awarded a fellowship to the National Academy of Science for failing.
Jay,
I just graduated from his lab. Oh my goodness.
And you didn't learn anything.
Have a good night, fellas. I didn't learn anything. I'm kidding, but seriously.
Don't leave me. Hey,
I gotta go. I got a few minutes, but go ahead.
Okay, so are you saying that in the, I think it was the 2019 paper update on the running experiment you're referring to, did they not talk about the reduction in fitness overall as a result of that, and as evidence in the experiment?
Nope.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all the populations have improved in fitness. What are you talking about?
What are you? Are you serious, bro? I've literally read the paper where they talked about this.
Dude, I just do you want me to?
I know.
All right, can you share? Can you come on, bro?
Did you? Okay, I don't care if you graduated from the lab. Were you actually involved?
Yes, I wrote. I'm published on papers.
Were you an author on that paper?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Were you an author on that paper? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness. Hang on a second.
He won't answer you.
Do you want me to pull up a paper? Do you guys want me to show you evidence? If I show you evidence, you're gonna accept it?
Did you publish any of those
No,
papers?
I wasn't. Yes, I was on some of those papers. I was just going to show you how the fitness has increased over time and continues to do so, and will continue.
You can't even read your own paper.
The rate of fitness increase has improved.
But they're not dying?
What do you mean they're not dying? Of course they die.
In the paper.
They have an increased death rate, an increased mutation rate, increased death rate.
Yes, we have hypermutators that have increased their mutation rate. What is your point? That in no way.
But that's not evolution.
Their overall fitness has not improved. It's literally talked about how.
Yes, it has. In the ancestral environment that they're in, or are you talking about in other environments that they haven't seen?
Okay. So
are you talking about in glucose? You talking about a glucose? Go ahead. Say their fitness hasn't increased in glucose, and then go pull it up. Show me. Why don't you show me the paper you're talking about? Why don't you pull up the paper and then show me the graph right now? Go ahead. Prove it.
I'll find mine.
Go ahead. Go find it. Go ahead. Go find. I'll wait. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Your papers.
Go ahead.
You talked shit about pulling up your papers, bro. Pull it up.
No, here's the difference between me and you. You're wrong. I'm right. I'm trying to tell you.
That's an assertion. Pull up your paper.
I am trying to tell you. I don't have to prove it to you.
Listen, I read this one 2 years ago. Okay, I'm trying to go find it right now.
All right. So I'll wait till you find it.
Hey, John, I have the paper here.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and just read one.
No. Share your screen. Share your screen so we can all see it.
I'm not going to.
We'll wait till you figure it out.
Stop. I'll knock it off, jackass.
No, you said you want to see the evidence. You got to show us. Mute him. He's not. He's talking bullshit.
I'm going to read it.
Read it. Show us. Share your screen.
Read it.
Jay, calm down. Dan is been in ICU for like 2 months.
So tell him to share the link with you, and then you can share your screen and you can show us.
Calm down, Jay.
No, y'all talk a big game. I'm calm.
Blount et al. Genomic and phenotype evolution of Escherichia coli in a novel citrate-only resource environment. And it's volume 9 of eLife.
And there, like I said, you were wrong. And
Well, okay, this is Linsky paper that I got. This is where he said this. He said, we conjecture that the evolutionary refinement of traits that open new niches may often promote evolvability at the expense of robustness and overall good health. Now that's
all right, LPP, can I have 30 seconds to rebuff this, please?
Sure, you can't after he finishes his point. Continue, Dan.
He's done. Can I just finish this already? Okay, great. All right, do me a favor, Bible Research Tools. I want, in the name of the Trinity, do me a favor and read the title of that paper 3 times in a row.
The title is meaningless.
Do me a favor, please. I asked
name drop evolution.
I asked you to do this. Just play the game with me. I did it your way. Please read the title 3 times.
Well, part of it was right there.
Read the title for me.
Rapid evolution of citrate utilization by what? But it wasn't evolution, it was devolution.
Okay. You said a citrate, you said a citrate-only environment, correct?
In that one, yeah.
I said specifically, show it to me in glucose. They were not evolving in citrate. This is evolution. According to natural selection, as you improve in fitness in a particular environment that you're exposed to, you lose fitness environment you had not been exposed to. What they were able to do was recapture that after they evolved them in citrate. Normally, they're involvement where they don't utilize citrate. So this is not the environment of the experiment. You're talking about a citrate-only environment. They evolved in glucose, and only one population evolved the ability to use citrate, which is the evolution of a new trait.
That's the one that lost viability, and it increased death rate.
It didn't lose. What did it lose viability? It still grows in glucose, and it grows on citrate. What are you talking about? See, here's the problem. You're being a jerk right now. And I don't mean, no. I don't mean to say this. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. Who else would come in here and they would say to you, I literally just graduated from this lab. I literally just wrote a dissertation with this man. And you're going to actually sit here and after I spent 10 years in the LNCA lab and tell me I don't know the LNCA lab research. Fellas, literally I got to go at 2 o'clock, but you've been very disrespectful. You would never insult somebody's intelligence that way. And don't act like you would. You did it because you want to deny evolution at all costs. No, I'll come back. I'll come back. I'm good. But you totally disrespected me. Bye. Fuck out of here. Y'all see how ridiculous they are. Do you know what was done? Do you know? How could you know? Nigga, I just told you I spent 10 years in that lab. Holy shit. I don't even drop the name of my advisor like that. But y'all see how much of a target my lab is. That's why I don't even let these creationists know I graduated from the LNCA lab. Because they don't even know. They don't know it. They are so far out of their league. Yeah, the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science. It's a devolution experiment. It proves that evolution doesn't work. Y'all, wait till I tell my colleagues tomorrow. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Are we going to have a good laugh over this shit? Look, y'all, I got to go eat some dinner, go to bed. I'll be back at 1 p.m. tomorrow. 1 p.m. today, actually, with Cliff. We'll be doing some digital evolution experiments that I'm sure don't count and don't mean anything because, it's a simulation. I said, how many times did I say this is not a simulation? Oh, my Lord. Just the most disingenuous arguing ever. Maybe I'll get clipped, though. Maybe I'll get clipped and we'll get famous, y'all. All right. Appreciate y'all. It's been a fun stream. I love this. This was actually a great time. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof.
Sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then